Muriara, Muriara. Muriara, Muriara. Irishtaneriana. Oh God, you were just the person, just the wrong time. Also, hi! Hi, Nick. Hi, my Cadu. Hi, Wobble. How are y'all? Sorry, Gore is on the hunt for food for us. So if you heard the door slam, that was him leaving to go grab food. How is everybody doing? Hello. Muriara, Muriara. Dinae Dinjara. Muriara, Muriara. Dinae Jinjana. No, we're gonna eat pizza, I think. I got an actual PC and I'm addicted to Helldivers. Oh, that's so relatable. I only played it, that once. When I did my, Donathon. But it was really fun. I had a really good time with it. Shit, shit, and hamburger pizza. I love hamburgers. So it is kind of a hamburger. Actually, I think we're getting cheese pizza right now, today, because we're getting a frozen one, so. Shit, shit. I'll be on the shooting shit, shit. Okay, let's see. So I downloaded one mod for Stardew Valley, and I don't know, how well it's gonna work. So we will see. The only mod I downloaded is my fishing mod, but it's been so long since I've downloaded mods for Stardew Valley, so I'm a little nervous. But we're gonna do our best, irregardless. There's not a sex mod, and is there? There's sex mod for Stardew Valley. Also, I did apply for Hades 2. That went out today. I was not accepted, unfortunately. So no Hades 2 now, but maybe I'll try again for the early access. And we'll see. There's not a sex mod for every game, right? Oh, steering, let the heavens open. Fighting bugs, so I can't talk. So the next game we're doing is Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. I've never played. Gore has been screaming for me to play. So we're actually starting that tomorrow. I've never played a single Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. I'm a huge Pokemon fan, and I've never played. So Gore was like, I want you to try it. So we ran around on our last couple days off, everywhere, trying to find just the game itself, because the game came out 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and I didn't buy it or try it out then. So we will see. Oh, I just realized the music's not. Hold on. There we go. Yeah, it came out a long time ago on DS. I'm playing the remake that came out on the Switch, which came out a couple years ago. Let's see. try Meadowlands. We're gonna call it Wolf Hands Farm. Oh, the animal preference. I'm kind of in love with the Border Collie, so we're gonna go with that. My favorite thing is Bara Titty. Go ahead and make my character real quick. This game is vicious about hair. Let's see. I'm giving myself the mom side braid. And we're gonna go not quite fully black. There we go. Pants color is gonna be like a dark blue. There we go. Eye color is gonna be a gold, because that's what my eyes are. Yeah, we'll actually do that, and then... There we go. Beautiful. And then we gotta pick a good shirt for me. This was so much easier back when my old model. I'm not even gonna lie. But I'm having a good time playing this game with Ducky and Yiggy. However, ooh, we'll do that. However, I want to see more of what's going on in this game, and whenever you play with others, you're like, we're doing really good, honestly, playing together. However, sometimes it is a little faster just to play on your own. So, we're jumping into it. Oh, look at this. You start with hay in this one. Harvest an egg from your chickens. Okay. This is new. This is nice. And there's the coop right up here. Ooh. Okay, I already like this. This is good. This is good for me. Plus, starting with chickens is like so ideal for me. Oh wait, what are my chickens' names? Salt and Pepper. Aww. All right, we love Salt and Pepper. They stay here forever. And if anybody has anything to say about it, take it up with my lawyer. Bum, 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 bum. But now we don't have to worry about, now we don't have to worry about getting this later on. What is that? Is that a rock? Oh, it is a rock. Okay. Go ahead and clear out their area. Not that you can really see them through the grass, but you know. Let them have their space. Very nice. We always keep a tree there, though. And then should probably get some seeds. Go ahead and start off the summer strong. I'll miss the debut of one of my favorite of the new stream game, but like I said, one of my faves. I'm honestly so excited to play. I've never played before. I love Pokemon. I've loved Pokemon since I was a kid, and yet somehow have never played a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon game ever. I don't know how this has happened to me. I don't know how I got there, but I've never played, so I am super excited to actually like sit down and like get into it. Okay, it's only 9 a.m. We're good. We're good. Should probably figure out like the layout of this new farm because I don't know the layouts of these. It's okay. We'll get there. All right. But super excited. So that's what Gore told me. Gore's my mod, by the way. He told me, he's been the one that's been kind of walking me through this. But he's been explaining to me like how it's a remake of the original one, but it's also like a remake of the remake that they did for the original one. It took us forever to find it, by the way, because I'm playing the one on Switch. But I know that came out a couple years ago, and I like to have physical copies of all my games. Don't ask me why. I'm just weird that way. So I was like driving around to like every GameStop, and I was like, please help me. And so finally one of the guys was like, oh, here's a list of GameStops that say they have it. But you know, whether or not they actually have it, that'll determine whenever you get there. So we were just driving around looking for one, and I was super happy that we got one that still had the cover art on it, because I was really worried about that. So, super pumped that we got one that had the cover art. Alright, I need to go ahead and 15, I think would be good. So 1, 2, 3. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. Then we'll go ahead and water. Just to get that out of the way. Okay. But I'm super excited to play. I have been in a Pokemon mind rut lately. I don't know what it is, but lately I've just been really missing Pokemon. And you know, we're waiting for Za anyways, so I was like, might as well try something new, you know? So ba-ba-ba. Okay. Ba-ba-ba. Yep, there's Gore. Hype about Pokemon Mystery Dungeon as always. Gore wanted me to play it the day we got it. He was like, maybe you could stream today? As if that wasn't like... I call them my days off, but really they're just kind of technical days. Because I'm... They're really just technical days, because I'm like working still. I don't have enough for 5. I can at least get 2 potatoes for now, and then I'll plant more tomorrow. I'm excited to see what Pokemon I get. Honestly, that sounds like so much fun, and I love the idea of taking a test at the beginning of your Pokemon game. Okay, let's see. We're gonna plant these 5 down here. Just because they kind of block you off. And then we'll plant these 2 here. And I'm just gonna keep cleaning through here, I believe. Kind of get all this nonsense up and out of here. Go ahead and prep. I'm gonna answer it as myself. Me and Tragedy are not different people, Gore. Tragedy is me and I am her. That is just how it is. Alright. So I'm gonna do my best to get this farm loaded as quick as possible with the way that we like it to be set up. Because I'm picky about my farm setups. Alright. And then once we get a fishing rod, I'll be able to do that whole section of the game super quick because I have the fishing mod because I hate fishing in this game. I hate it with a passion. If you have an iPhone, you can use an emulator. Okay, so I used to do that. Don't fucking get me, Nintendo of America. But I used to do that when I was a kid, actually, on my parents' phones. Nowadays, I just I don't really mind. I have a bunch of old consoles, so I own a bunch of old games. So now it's not really like the end of the world, when it comes to that kind of stuff for me. We've also, did we play Emerald on stream? I think we did. I think it was like over a year ago now. I think we did a Pokemon Emerald Nuzlocke that I don't think we ever beat because I am the worst at Nuzlockes. So maybe one day we'll go back in and actually see if we can beat a Nuzlocke. I think that'd be kind of fun, honestly. Should probably run around and check people's trash. A Paper Mario? Oh, that would be so much fun. Yeah, Thousand Year Door. That would be a lot of fun, actually. Can I get around? Jeezums. I'm trying to get an idea of like what's going on this farm layout, because this is a new farm layout. I don't know it very well. I'm seeing the answer is shenanigans. So comes out on May 23rd. Oh, I might pick that up for stream too then. I did just do the entirety of Princess Peach Showtime, so maybe I'll pick up that too. Alright, I need to dig through people's trashes, so if you don't mind, thank you. Nothing in the trash. Look, team, I gotta make money somehow. We can go to the beach and, pick up seashells. I mean, that's a good way to make money. Me and Gore were actually just talking about anniversaries, last night. We were watching, The Last Unicorn, and I was like, man, some of these Disney movies are almost 100 years old. And he was like, yeah, they just had their 100-year anniversary, and I wanted to puke. Like, the idea of something being that old is just crazy to me. It's insanity. It's super cool, don't get me wrong. But also, insanity. Alright, well, why don't any of y'all have anything good in your trash cans? I was relying on y'all, and not a single one of you has anything worth mentioning in your trash cans. What the hell? Oh. What's this? Like a random farm plot up here? Huh. Might be for the Joja Cola ending. I don't ever do the Joja Cola ending. I don't ever do the Joja Mart ending, so... We always support PAs here. Alright, let's go. There's a lot of games that I still want to play. I've never finished Dark Souls 3. So maybe at some point I'll pick that up for stream. I've never finished Bloodborne. So maybe we'll try that at some point. I just don't want to, I don't want to shoehorn myself into, I don't want to shoehorn myself into Soulsborne games. Because, like, don't get me wrong, I love Soulsborne games. But I don't want to, like, become the Soulsborne streamer and shoehorn myself into that and then feel like I can't stream anything else. Well, I say that, but I'd also be, like, so happy to shoehorn myself into, like, Pokemon. Or, like, Nintendo just in general. So... Oh, Gore's back on his Pokemon Dungeon brain rot. Love that for him. I love that for you, bestie. Alright, Saul, Pepper, good morning. Oh, y'all don't need food, okay. Thought y'all might, but never mind. Okay, I need... just go ahead and clear out all of this. Interesting, I can travel behind my house. Not 100% sure how I feel about that, but it definitely is a thing you can do. Okay. I can get one more potato seed with the amount of money I have right now. Let's see. And we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna craft a chest. Put that baby down there. We're gonna make it green because that's my foraging chest. All right. And then we're just gonna continue working away here. We need to go see Willy. I mostly just want to get this little like area right here cleared out real quick because this is gonna be my farming area. Like this is gonna be where like I keep all my crops so that they're all close to me. So I just want to go ahead and get that all nice and worked out. Oh boy. Good God. Before 5 a.m.? Okay. Or 5 p.m. That's what I meant to say. Go ahead and clear all this out. There we go. And chop, chop, chop. Alright. Very nice. Once again, gonna go ahead and water this. We don't really have enough money for a whole lot more, but I'm at least gonna buy more potatoes. Da, 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 da. Ooh, wait. Gotta drop off my, all my stuff real quick. Drop all that off. We're gonna go ahead and put the hay in there too, just because it takes up inventory space, which is crucial right now. Ba-da-da. Ba-da-da. I will say also, when the music isn't like actively playing in this game, I'm planning on playing my own music over the back of it. And we'll just swap back and forth between my music and the game's music. Ooh. A catfish for a stir fry. We'll accept that. We'll do our best. Damn, I can only buy one. Alright. Gotta check everybody's trash cans. Oh, hey, what's up? You eat a few dozen eggs for breakfast every morning? Jesus, Alex. Alex is feral, is what I'm learning right now. Okay. Alright, we're just gonna go ahead and skip this, because I get my pole. And catfishes don't... Catfishes are not ocean fish. Am I correct? They're river fish. I feel like... They're like bottom dweller river fish. Oh, thank God. Alright, my mod works. We're safe. We're safe, boys. Found an artifact. Hell yeah, I did. I will woo you. Come to me. I will woo you. Don't worry about it, sweetheart. The way lobsters are about to spill out of me. Anyways, I need a catfish for Robin. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Got Mr. Gunther. Put my star right there. Yes, money. I don't have to be a trash rat. I mean, I still will be, but I don't have to be now. Alright, I need catfish, please. Because then I definitely won't have to be a trash rat. Come on, river. That's a sunfish. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Bum, bum. Man, fighting for my life over here. Smallmouth bass. A geode. Let's go break that open. We got the money for it. Up. Play. Great. Hey, what's up, kids? My mom says not to talk to strangers. You seem alright, though. Alright, kid. Alright, let's go! Hi, Sam. Touch all the bushes on your way around. Never know what you'll find. Alright. Look, this town is cozy, but also I feel like my grandpa is trying to get me jumped. We gotta buy more. 2 more. Well, you know, fuck it. Hell, we can make another line of stuff. In we get. Oh, the ladies are doing aerobics. Alright, 1, 2, 3. Oh, I don't have the space for it. Okay, that's fine. We can come back. My girl needs her catfish anyways, so. Off we go. Oh boy, I am so sleepy today. I just took a nap too. I literally like just woke up from a nap, and yet I am so sleepy today. Okay, so that's gonna go in there. For now, we're gonna sell all of our fish because I need the money more than anything else. I'm gonna put my scythe in there too. Hi, Third Word, how are you? Ugh. I'm trying to catch fish. I need a catfish. For Miss Robin. Oh, hello? Hi, Emily. I'm following you into your house. Hello, Granny Evelyn. Hello, George. Just lounging. Pretty much the same, honestly. Hello, town alcoholic. I'm very sleepy today, so I'm kind of just hanging out. Hello, Maru. I did the most Helldivers thing I've ever done and lived. I'm so proud of you. Hello, Shane. You're purposely getting ignored. Don't bump into me, Shane. Shane. You're better than this. Dickhead. New file, speedrun any %. Kind of. I'm just trying to see all the new stuff that's in the game. And I'm having fun playing with Ducky and Yiggy, but we only play once a week. And I needed a little bit of a secondary Stardew fix this week because I am sleepy and have a lot. I don't know, I've worked every single day this week. If it wasn't streaming, it was editing. If it wasn't editing, it was 2.0 stuff. If it wasn't 2.0 stuff, it was like, it's been nonstop. And we just beat Elden Ring, so I was like, let's try a chill game. And then we'll jump into our new stream game tomorrow instead of today. Because sometimes your girl just needs to chill for a minute. You know what I mean? Trying to find a catfish. For Miss Robin. However, I'm not having the easiest of luck. Do 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 do. Ah. How many breams do I need, game? How many breams does one woman need? Ah, new smallmouth bass. But I have the fishing mod because I refuse to fish. So nobody tell Ducky because Ducky will lose her shit. However, me having the fishing mod. Hi, Matsu, how are you? Me having the fishing mod is how she got all of her puppy fish last time we played together. We played Stardew Expanded together. And that's how she got all of her puppy fish. I was chased by a Bile Titan and 2 chargers. I don't know how I lived. Oh. Interesting. Okay, so I want one of that. That is fine. We're gonna sell that. Why are you stressed? What happened? But also, same. I'm just stressed because I work too much sometimes. All right, let me in. It's slippy time. I slip. Fishing rod proficiency. Made $400 off fish. I'm kitty sitting and all 3 cats have already destroyed the bedroom they're in. Oh, yeah, cats kind of just be that way sometimes. My cat does that too. I don't get it, man, but cats just do that. It's so frustrating though, so I'm sorry. 4, 5, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we gotta... Actually, I think the chickens should have enough food. We got eggs! We got eggs from the chickens! Reach farming level 1 and craft a scarecrow and build a silo. Can do. We got eggs. Yelling in English at the door. Aww, they're so cute though. We have a kitten right now, and she also screams in English at the door whenever she gets upset. Okay, so for right now, this chest is gonna go here. And we're just gonna hold on to all of those eggs. Yeah, she's so cute. So she's not our cat. She's Gore's mom's cat. But she is the cutest thing on fucking this green earth. And I want to buy a cat from this breeder now. Which is ridiculous because these cats are like $4,000. And I don't even have... Like, I'm like, I don't even have... $4,000. Oh, I can't buy. She's a purebred, so that's why. But I'm like, I don't even have $4,000 to spend on my own career right now, much less some cat. But maybe one day when I'm famous. Maybe one day when I'm famous, I'll have $4,000 to spend on a cat, and I can keep the cat in here with me when I stream, and we can have a cat cam. I'll be real with y'all. If I ever get famous, the first thing I'm buying is a house, so my family has somewhere to live. Ooh, bait. And we're not constantly always living with other people. I'd love to be able to live in a house that's mine and not like somebody else's. Because the worst part about living with other people, and like no offense to any of the people I've lived with because I love you all, but the worst part about living with other people, especially when like for like the last handful of years, like we've been living with either people who we've been living either with people who pay more of the rent than we do, or we've been living with people who literally own the house that we're living in. Also, third word, kiss that burb for me, please. Thank you. Or we've been living with people who already own the house that we're living in, which is fine. Yeah, and people who are on an FBI watch list for being white supremacists. But, you know, we don't talk about that. But the real, like, frustrating part about it is that when you live with other people and they may pay more money in rent than you do, or, you know, like, just whatever it may be, I know I just bought this, but I'm trashing it for these geodes. They may pay more money in rent than you, or they may have already owned the house before you moved there. Whatever the situation may be, it's so frustrating. Well, it's not like they want to act like they they run the whole thing, because, you know, in some cases they do, but it just kind of makes you feel like your opinions on things aren't really, like, taken into consideration because it's not your house. especially when we lived with the guy who ended up being on an FBI watch list. He didn't pay any bills, but his dad did, and his dad paid. Like, we paid for our internet and some utilities here and there. And his dad paid the rent, which was crazy expensive. But when his son started acting up, we kind of felt like everything we said about it went in one ear and out the other, and there was nothing we could do about it because we weren't the ones paying the full brunt of the rent. And so we were just kind of forced to stay living in that situation, even though we didn't want to be. And it was just awful. And, you know, now we live with Gore's parents, which is great because we have Bunny. It was a last-minute decision. We needed to get away from the white supremacists because I was pregnant. And also, we needed support for Bunny because of her NICU stay. We needed a good middle ground somewhere, and Gore's mom offered, and I will never be able to thank her enough for that. And so now we live with her, and she's fantastic. I have no issues with her. But it is kind of a bit of the same thing, where it's like, it's not my house, so when it comes down to things, like, I think it's cool that she got a cat. I think the cat's great. I think the cat's adorable. However, we have an aggressive dog. And she got the cat without telling anybody until after she had already bought the cat. And with the thought of, well, your dog lives with your cat already, so it's fine. It's not fine. Our dog grew up with our cat, and she is the only cat he's lived with recently. And over the last couple of years, as he's started to get older, he started to get more animal aggressive with other animals. And so we are now in a situation where we have to keep the animals separate constantly, and it doesn't feel very fair for my dog, who used to have free roam of the house, to now spend a lot of time in his kennel because it's the cat's house permanently. So she needs to be out and playing and doing stuff. And also my cat hates kittens. So the two of them, she's fine. She just likes to smack. Let's just be squatters, save up and renovate an abandoned house. Oh, I wouldn't be against it, honestly. A house built from toilet paper? Yeah, true. But it's just one of those situations where, like, we've been living here for almost a year now. We moved in around the time Bunny was getting ready to come home from the NICU, which was last summer. And I'm eternally grateful for it because Gore's mom doesn't really make us pay any bills or anything, which means I'm able to funnel all my money into streaming, which is good because I'm kind of putting my all into streaming. I'm really, really trying to, like, shoot my shot and make this work for me. I was doing that when I first started 3 years ago. And then year 2 was a little bit rough viewership-wise for me. I felt kind of lost. I was having really bad burnout. I didn't know what I wanted. And so I kind of just floundered and didn't... Well, like, I knew what I wanted, but it was something I didn't think I deserved, I think is what it was. And I was just having really bad burnout. And so I kind of just kept finding excuses not to stream because I just, you know, was kind of scared and tired and burnt out because I didn't ever teach myself proper working protocols. And then I ended up pregnant before I could really get out of that funk. And then I was just too sick to stream because morning sickness, and then everything that ended up going wrong. I ended up having a high-risk pregnancy, and everything kind of went wrong with that. And so I'm like, oof. Oof. And then, you know, Bunny being in the NICU, I could stream during the day, but I got hit with horrible postpartum depression. Horrible, horrible. Just being separated from my newborn and... you know, only being able to see her through a webcam during the day and spending all my nights with her for multiple months. And so just streaming just kind of became a background thought for me. And while Bunny was in the NICU, was prepared to quit. I was ready to post my graduation tweet and lock it up and say, well, it's time to face reality. And I need to get a day job. And Gore was like, don't do that. One, you hate working. He's like, for one, you cannot stand working. For two, working makes your mental health hell, and streaming doesn't. Yeah, Gore plays the lottery like nobody's fucking business, y'all. He is convinced he's gonna win the lottery one of these days, and if he does, fucking fantastic. I don't think he will. I don't have much faith in lottery-based systems. But yeah, no, I was ready to pack it up. I was ready to be done. Call it quits. Get a day job. Suck it up. You know, like, all of the above. But Gore was like, nope, not letting you do that. And so I'm here now. And I have come back into it with kind of... I've come back into streaming with kind of a happier, healthier mindset of it. I'm more careful about not letting myself get burnt out. I know my limits. Gore works a day job, so we're not like pressed on cash. We're actually doing fairly all right. Not all right enough to feel confident moving out with an infant, or I guess a toddler now, in today's fucking housing market. But also when we move out, we want to move out into a house of our own. We don't really want to rent anymore. But, you know, that's one of those things. It's neither here nor there, really. Sometimes you don't really have a choice. But, I don't know. I'm coming back into streaming with a little bit more passion. I kind of feel like I did back when I first started. Where it was, like, full of passion. But this time, I know my limits. This time, I know not to overwork myself. I say even though I'm working 7 days a week. Because now I'm spread across more platforms than I was back then. So I do YouTube too. So the way it works now is I stream 5 days a week. And then as soon as I get off stream, as soon as I get done with stream, I go and download the VOD and make a thumbnail, and I set the VOD to schedule upload for the next day on YouTube. Every single day, as soon as I'm done with stream. Which isn't, you know, anything crazy. It just takes maybe an hour or two out of my day. Depending on how long it takes the VOD to download. And then I eat dinner, spend time with my family, go to bed. You know, those kinds of things. And then... But it's like I wake up at 9 with Bunny, and I'm mom. I'm full-time mom until Gore gets off work at 3. And she's walking, trying to run, like, feral, crazy, insane infant. So my day is mostly, and also she's not taking bottles really anymore. She eats like human food. So now I have to make 3 meals a day for her, which is crazy because I don't even think I eat 3 meals a day half the time. But she sure does. She's fucking insane. And so I have to make fucking 3 meals a day for this child, which is great. She's fantastic and funny. But that means I wake up earlier than I care to wake up. I'm not a morning person. If it was up to me, I'd be up at noon to feed my child breakfast. But like feeding her breakfast is like trying to feed a horse because it somehow ends up everywhere. So then we have to do an outfit change and a diaper change. And then, you know, you do whatever, hanging out, playing, learning. She's learning how to talk. So we try and engage her. But most of the time in the mornings, like, I don't even pee. Like, I get up, I feed her, I change her diaper, I put her in her playpen, I turn on the Wiggles, and I go pee. Like an hour after we wake up. Oh, this song's good. Yeah, I like this one. Ba-na-na-na. Ba-na-na-na. But yeah, so I'm going pee an hour after we wake up and taking my medicine and eating my breakfast while she's in her playpen playing and watching the Wiggles. And then Gore gets off work for lunch. Hi, Barrels. How are you? Yeah, so Gore gets off work for lunch and then usually takes her with him when he goes to get lunch. No, we haven't, Third Word. I was really hoping we would, but I'm not gonna push the boundary. If they aren't willing at this point to do so, that is a-okay with me. I'm not gonna push the boundary. Though I will say I have been desperate for Pokemon art lately. I really wanted, okay, so I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I really wanted to have Pokemon art done to use in thumbnails, specifically for the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon streams, which are starting tomorrow. And I just don't think we're just gonna get that kind of turnaround time anymore. I don't think that that's like probable. So it is what it is. I'm doing good, Barrels. Holding out. I'm talking about like my day-to-day routine. But yeah, and so usually Gore will take Bunny for his lunch and they'll go get lunch together. Could you? I would appreciate it because I am obsessed. But yeah, so Gore and Bunny will go get lunch together and like talk to each other and, you know, hang out, be dad and daughter. And they leave me here, in which I will either go back to sleep for 15 minutes while they're gone, or get my ass up and do things that need to get done. Like today I had to call the government about insurance for Bunny, which is fucking stupid and I hate it. I hate dealing with the federal government. So, you know, you never know what you're gonna do. Ooh, that is such a luck. I'm so happy for you. That is fantastic. My model actually starts this month, so, or it should start this month. I need to follow up with my model artist and make sure that's something that they can still do this month. If not, it's not the end of the world, but I would like for it to be able to start up this month. I just realized how far into the month we are when I said that, and I was like, wait a minute. Alright, I need to go in the mines real quick. So, oh, fucking... Not me watering. Alright, there we go. I got the art hookup. Oh, thank you. I really do appreciate it. Okay, there we go. Once I'm back in the wage cage, I'm gonna be a calm menace. Me. Luckily, Gore makes enough to cover what I need for the rebrand. Though I will admit, I did commission somebody off VGen without really taking a hard look at their art because it was in my price range and pretty and it looked good and I was like, all right, great, and I commissioned them, and then later I went and looked at their work and I was like, it kind of looks AI. Oh no. So we're gonna see if I just spent $100 and something, $140 on actual AI, or if I didn't fuck up my life that badly. He's a full-fledged producer. Oh, that's so cool. I think I'm actually making my background music. But I will hit y'all up if I need some help with that because that is actually really dope. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, so we're gonna see. If it does turn out to be AI, I will definitely be reporting them and getting a refund back via PayPal, but I really hope it isn't. Well, so VGen doesn't allow AI artists. They don't allow AI art at all. And so I feel pretty confident when I'm on VGen that all of the art I am buying is from original artists. With no issues, which is why I didn't really look twice at his art. Like I noticed it was kind of like the AI style, but a mutual of mine had gotten a commission done from him and it looked good. But then later on, like when I wasn't like half asleep, I was like looking at his art and I was comparing the art that he advertises with the art that he did for her. And I was like, oh, they don't really look similar. Like they kind of do, but like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, so if you get caught uploading AI art on VGen, you are not allowed to, they delete your account. Like, you're not allowed to have the account anymore. And I hope I'm just being paranoid and that he just happens to have an art style that's very similar to, you know, the art that AI enjoys replicating. And I'm trying to be positive about it, but I'm not gonna lie, I have been nervous about it. So, pray for me, chat. Pray for me that this is actually a piece of work I'm able to use and that I'm not just wasting my time. I love VGen. VGen is pretty much what I go through to get all my commissions now. Because no issue with like getting commissions off of like from artists and stuff, but like off Twitter. But I have noticed that it kind of helps prevent the whole being scam thing because you can set a date that you need the art by, and if you don't get the art back by that date, you can request a refund. Like, simple as that. I've not actually attempted that process yet. I haven't needed to, thank God. Also, I'm pretty chill. Like, unless like it's like for an emergency, like if I'm like if I'm planning my debut and my debut's in a week, I'm pretty chill about when people get back to me with art. Like, I think right now I'm giving all my artists till like midsummer to complete their work because my model's not even going to be done till midsummer. So I'm like, whatever. No rush, you know, like. But I will say yeah, and that's kind of my issue too, is so when I went to his page, okay, so hear me out. When I went to his page, I was like, sketch. And this was even before I commissioned him because I was kind of confused about it. He has videos of like his process. And so I asked my friend who's also an artist and I was like, hey, can you take a look at this? And so she looked at it and was like, I get your point. Like, it looks AI, but you're right. Like, he does show his process. So she wasn't sure. And I was like, fuck, if another artist isn't sure, how am I supposed to be sure? So here's hoping for the best. You know what I mean? Also, we're going to bed early. 1 second. Checking DMs. Okay, we're good. Sorry, I just messaged another artist like right before stream started. And I was like, I need to check my DMs. Dog! Yeah, AI art has really wrenched some trust in the art community for sure. I have no idea where that fucking dog went. Did I name the dog? His name's Snooch? Oh my god, fucking Snooch. Oh, I'm so nauseous. No, I didn't think that you did. I can tell that he's coming from like a genuine good place. So you don't need to worry about that at all. I was not at all thinking that you were like trying to get something from me. I have nothing to give. So it's one of those situations where it's like, if you were trying to get something from me, I've got jack shit. I've got nothing. Oh boy. But also, over the last couple of years, because we were talking about working, been diagnosed with a chronic illness that kind of makes it hard for me to work unless I can sit frequently, because I faint at random. I actually might faint here soon. I am hungry, and that usually triggers trauma be traumaing. No, I get it for sure. I get it for real, for real. Don't worry about it though. We're good. We're good. Start with the letter T. No, I have POTS. Essentially, my heart rate is fucky, and I will often just because my heart rate goes up too high. Which it is currently doing. So. Take a deep breath. I have tachycardia. Yes, so I also have tachycardia, but that's just as a side effect of my POTS. So, Gore, what'd you forget to bring me? Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I was like, what'd you forget to bring me? Not him giving me a hydrate redeem as he's bringing me a Gatorade. Goober. Oh. Gatorades help. I don't know why. You wouldn't think they do, but they sure do. Oh, do I have these already? I don't remember, so I'm just gonna grab one just in case. But yeah, no, it's definitely something. But it makes working a pain in my ass. Pain in my asshole. Alright, there you go. Yes, the TM pots. Yes. Mine's postural related. But I've also noticed that it gets triggered when I'm like overly hot, or hungry. So, you know. Whew. Sorry, it's hitting hard right now. I don't know why it's hitting so hard all of a sudden, but whew, holy shit. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Mine exhausts me is what mine does. My heart rate gets up too high and I'm like, no, I'm good. Gore's making food right now, so I'll eat here in a minute and I'll be fine. Sometimes I'm just like, Jesus. Oh, we are good though. Oh no, I talked about this before, but going to Anime Fest was kind of like super like crazy for me. But it kind of just reminded me of like where I wanted to be in my life. There's ads right now, you got time, that's true. Oh, thank you for the stretch. Oh. Stretch feels good though. Oh, I didn't grab one of these. Okay, bad. I'm trying to prep the box so I can just take all that stuff over. But also, I need stone, so. I need to open a walkthrough for what I need on my other page. Okay, let's see. I'm playing on the new farm. This farm gives you automatically a coop and 2 chickens, and it's got very selective areas where you can actually plant crops. As you can see, only the brown dirt areas are where you can plant crops, versus the green grassy areas where you cannot. But yeah, so I don't know. I kind of back to my original topic. My ADHD is fucking hanging off the walls right now. I'm just kind of back into it for the long haul, I think. I hate calling it a job, but you know, streaming is a job. For some it's a hobby. For me, it's the only job I have. So for me, I have to consider it a job. But it's the only job I've ever liked. It's the only job I've ever enjoyed, and it's something I want to keep doing for a long time. But also, yeah, my mom was actually talking to me about that. I was talking to her about streaming, and she doesn't really, she tries to be supportive, but you know, it's kind of hard when you're in a generation that doesn't really get it. And so she was talking to me about that today on the phone, and she was like, oh, how's your streaming? And I was like, it's good. I'm having a good time with it. And, you know, for her, like, if it's not bringing in, like, all the money that she sees all the YouTubers bringing in, it's not worth it. But we were talking, and she was like, you know, I never really realized, like, how hard it is, like, how much work you have to put into it when you're doing it by yourself. And I was like, yeah, it's a lot of work. And she's like, yeah, I think a lot of people just think, like, it's, like, or easy money, but it's really not. And I was like, no, it's really not. I'm really glad you, like, acknowledged that. And she was like, yeah. Anyways, you want to go thrift shopping this weekend? She is a menace, that woman. But she's trying, you know? But either way, Anime Fest kind of really inspired me to make this work. Because I want to be where I saw some other VTubers while we were there. Hi, Scarlett, how are you? Gotta go clean up after these cats. Good luck. I don't know. I want to see myself where I saw, you know, Porcelain Maid was there, and, you know, Tricky's was there, and I want to see myself there one day, I think. I feel like I talk about it all the time. But also, I think Stardew Valley streams are the best streams for just, like, talking, hanging out, chilling. Oh, this is where the... I was curious about where that was at. I don't know. It sounds kind of, like, cocky and, like, oh, I want to be famous. But, like... I do, but for my own family's stability and also to have fun and interesting interactions with others that make them happy. Tricky told me to my face to not give up on VTubing, so I guess I'm just gonna keep pushing it till I make it big. Oh, that must have been so nice. I didn't actually get to meet any of the other VTubers while I was there. I was having a pretty bad leg day. I was very, very tired, so... But I don't know, it just, it very much gave me the motivation that I needed to remind myself that, like, that's something you can do, you know? Like, one day I can make plushes and have a line out the door of a convention because people are so excited to be able to buy my stuff in person. Like, I can make a merch line that could sell out in an hour. I could join a corpo. I probably won't, but I could. I almost did. I've talked about this before, and I think I'm allowed to talk about it now because it's been like 3 years. But I did apply for VShojo auditions back when those happened, like 2 or 3 years ago. Uh-oh, you start talking about D&D. Gore's locked in. You got that man locked in. Never back down, never what? Never give up! But I don't know, like, I get so sidetracked by chat sometimes. I'm so sorry. I feel like everything I have said has been discombobulated and, like, fucked up. It's come out, like, super weird because, like, I'm fighting my pots right now, hardcore to stay awake, while also, like, trying to interact and talk to chat, while also trying to, like, say a thing. But I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about it, but I'm going to because it's been, like, 3 years, so fucking whatever. And I'm sure I've talked about it before. Pizza's almost ready? Oh, thank God. But I did apply for VShojo back when they opened their auditions a few years ago. And back then when I applied, it was not with this model. It was actually while I was working on the design for this model, and I was planning on rebranding. Gore is a D&D fanatic, yes, absolutely. But I was working on the rebrand for this model. The model that you see today did not exist. I was in my cowgirl model at the time. and I kind of applied off a fuck it factor. I've been mutuals with Zentreya for a while. I really love Ironmouth. She's very inspirational to me. And so I was like, fuck it. I'm gonna apply. Even though my model doesn't really fit like what they're currently doing, maybe my rebranded model will. And it'll be fine. So I applied. I made it through the first 2 rounds of auditions. And I have suspicions to believe that that's as far as anybody made it, considering they have become widely known as the VTuber retirement home since then. I choose to believe that that is, and it's not just to make myself feel better, it's also just because I think just with everything that happened, with people getting doxxed and stuff over it, that they went ahead and just decided not to hire indies, just for indies' own protection, for like the protection of the indie VTubers themselves, as some of them were getting doxxed. But also, they had opened their auditions during a time where their own members were being doxxed, and it was a whole thing. So it probably wasn't the best time to open commissions anyways, because they were in the middle of a lawsuit. Yada yada. Either way, I did apply. And I made it to the 2nd round of auditions. And out of what I've heard, out of the rumors that have circulated, that is as far as auditions went. Was 2 rounds before I think they ultimately decided that they would not be hiring an indie. And to this day, one of my proudest achievements, that I came that close to being in VShojo. And if a day came, I would still love to be in VShojo, should I be invited. However, I think any corpo that would force me to leave this model behind at this point, I wouldn't do. Which sounds weird because it's like, well, Peach, you said you wanted to be famous, and that's a way to be famous. And it's like, yeah, it is. And who knows, maybe I would if they offered me a good enough deal and I was able to make a new model that I really loved with the guarantee that I could come back to this model should I ever graduate from working with them. I see a lot of VTubers doing that nowadays, so I think that's becoming more and more like socially acceptable to kind of go back to your old model should you graduate from the corpo. And so if there was a situation like that, perhaps I might. But I honestly am really proud of the community I've built. I'm very proud of its steady growth. It grew at a rate that wasn't overwhelming, but was still, like, quick, if that makes sense. Like, it wasn't an overwhelming swiftness of growth, but it was, you know, it's been a good, steady growth. Have I met Neri before? I don't think so. And so, I don't know, I'm just kind of rambling, and maybe I'm jinxing myself by talking about it all out loud, and maybe I should just move in silence, as the kids say, and, you know, like, keep my cards to my chest and shut the fuck up, but that's kind of never really been who I am. I've always been the kind of person that likes to share, the kind of person that likes to yap, as some would say. So, you know. Maybe I should keep it all to my chest, but maybe I am jinxing myself, but I guess that's the only, you never know. How many tickles does it take? 10 tickles. It takes 10 of them. I remember this joke. It takes 10 of them. Alright, so we're gonna hold on to these real quick. Can I access? Oh, I can. Okay, cool. Bet. And then we're gonna go grab some eggs from the chickens. I like that salt is the white one and pepper is the brown one. I think it's very cute. I think it's very topical. Alright. Let's see. I gotta water the garden. Yeah, snooch. Snooch, snatch, snitch. Bitch, badge. Bitch? I actually don't know where I was going with that. How do I know? I think you said it in chat before. Oh boy. Sorry, I'm like, ooh. Sorry. I am fighting to stay awake right now. And like not like faint headfirst into my desk. Whew. Have you not? Somebody said it in chat once. A while ago. I wonder who it was. Okay, so I need a dandelion. That's what I'm missing. My wife wants pineapple for breakfast. What? Hula, huh? Ugh. Sorry, heavy blinks, heavy blinks. Oh, you're talking about Stardew Valley. I thought you were talking about like you were actually have a wife, and I was like, first of all, since when? Wool, radish salad, goat cheese bomb. Houseplant, rare seed. Okay, I need a dandelion. Pineapple is good, but why does it eat you back? I don't really vibe with foods that try and eat me back. You know what I mean? Hold on, I'm looking for a dandelion. It would scare me. Do. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm going to. Thank you. Women do scare Kula. Are you turning on the fan higher? Oh. Voice? You think so? Women don't scare y'all? I mean, sometimes. Not crazy often, though. Sorry, Gore just brought me my food and then turned up the ceiling fan. He's like, it'll help. I tell people about my plans, I think of it as more people to help me work it into existence or speak it into existence. Yeah, see, that's how I've been trying to view it, as like a, like... what's the word? Like, positive affirmations. Speaking it into existence for sure. Like, fucking witchy pagan shit. But also, I do worry sometimes that when I say things, I'm jinxing myself. Also, yeah, Gordon just brought me food, so I'm gonna eat that real quick. I'm running with one hand. Oh my god, it's so hot. 1 second. No, I'll be okay. I promise. I promise. I've been having really bad insomnia spurts at night lately, and I don't really know why. So I am kind of just, I'm low on my sleep for sure, but also hungry, but also I work a lot, which is why we're playing a low. Can y'all hear my words like not working with me? Where we're doing a low energy kind of thing. Yeah, I'm severe ADD, like pretty bad. I think Gore's ADHD is worse, but I've got pretty rough. Ooh, okay. We'll bust ass in here in just a second. Oh, it's so hot. Oh my god, what the fuck? Sorry. This pizza obviously just came out of the oven. Hot as hell. Pause the game. Look, I will. I'll get there. I promise. I'm just having so much fun. Also, the pizza's hot. I can't eat it yet. YouTube time? Okay, we can turn on YouTube time. I should have gotten pizza. I got wings instead. Wings are still good. I've been craving pizza since this morning. I was craving, so yesterday I made meatballs and rice and gravy and corn because that was something I used to make a bunch when I was pregnant. It was like one of the only things I could eat while I was pregnant. And it's so yummy. And I started craving it again for whatever reason. So I was like, okay, we're gonna have that. So I had that for dinner yesterday, and now we have way too many meatballs in this house. Ooh, menudo. Menudo's so good too. Or why are you threatening me? Take a break or I'll take your husband to Olive Garden. Stop trying to cuck me out of my husband. Chat, why do you keep cucking my husband? Or cucking me with my husband? Ooh. Bum, 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 bum. I feel like I'm being bullied right now. It is too hot for menudo. I was gonna take the baby and Gore on a walk today. We go on walks every day because I'm truly a dog IRL. And also, you know, it's like good for your heart or whatever. It's fucking too hot in this bitch of an earth. Fucking Texas, man. Okay. Voodoo. Okay, we'll turn down the music. Tube, give me 1 second. What should we watch? It's never too hot to eat menudo. I disagree. What should we watch, chat? Let's watch 7 hours of rug cleaning. We love rug cleaning, right? What, do we not like rug cleaning? Hold on, I'll find something else. Grandma is a prisoner.
I arrived at his home and asked the lovely Grandma Irene, what?
Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. Today we are grooming Malibu, the 13-year-old Husky and Malibu.
Hold on, I'll find something. Give me a second. Let's do a TikTok mashup.
Move full of liquor, then we dive in it. Pull him to the side, let me slide in
it. Oh. Oh. Wait, I don't think I knew what a TikTok mashup was. Do we not call them compilations anymore? Okay, there we go. Gore! Spank that man! Grab his balls, take him off, castrate him. Gore, castrate that man. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, meat to meat.
Yo, some sick Halloween costumes. Yo, they got the.
If I make this, I get a kid.
Look, TikToks are just easy content. While I'm eating. Also, me. Same. Relatable.
Meow 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 meow.
Does he just have full cups in his pocket? Stinky cat. I'm a stinky cat. Strip him. Maneuver.
Leave me alone!
Ah. Ah. Yeah, Min's pockets really do be like. This is what it's like having a child. I'm gonna be so honest with you.
Let's go in the club with my homies, trying to get a little VI, keep it down on the low key.
Yeah, what the fuck? Was this filmed on a drone?
I started shorty shit.
Oh my god, you want to see my new crush? Yeah, show me. Show me. Here, take a look. Yeah.
They look better in person.
Oh, what the fuck?
I'm not gonna lie, bro. Fat bitches need to shut up, bro. I'm not gonna like in all.
What is that? Headlamp beanie.
Number 1.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Number 2.
Is your lid on this one?
Number 1.
Number 1.
Yeah.
Okay, what you got on? This is my grandpa's sweatshirt, some leggings, and Converse.
Purr.
Okay,
Witch! Oh my fucking god. That's me.
oh wait.
I dress stupid as hell. Did you say wood? That's how I feel like you guys are in my closet.
So the first round is cheap versus expensive donuts. A $1 donut from Tim Hortons.
Fantastic. We don't have Tim Hortons out here. Headlamp beanie is pretty sick.
What do you put in the microwave after that? Fuck, this always happens at Tim Hortons every time.
There's a Tim Hortons in Houston? Really? I didn't know that.
I want to try it too. For $1?
It's fun.
It's fine. For one, it's expensive for $1. That's expensive. One donut for this garbage donut for $1.
Oh boy.
I would probably give them 10 cents, man. Not from Ads and Books Food. Tim Hortons. Not from Ads and Books Food. This one, $8. Oh,
Ooh, that's a croissant.
Donuts for one of those.
That's a cronut though.
New Kid. It is the chocolate.
Yeah, it's a cronut.
Cronut.
Which is a croissant donut, and those are fucking delicious.
This one, 10 out of 10.
Cronuts are amazing.
But even for $8? For $8. But you know what? For the money. How many pakora can you get for $8? But this is not pakora, dude. Look at the way they make this one. It's stuffed with the chocolate and there's marshmallow things inside in the middle too. Do I have any chocolate on my face? No, you don't. And who cares, man, if you have it a little bit.
I'd like dick for a cronut.
Next one, please.
True. It happens to me constantly. See, it would be a false accusation. I'm totally messing with your man with witchcraft. And is this spirit being a smartass?
Because my ponytail looks so good today. This is
Same.
These are the worst texts I've ever received in my entire life.
Okay.
I knew that these are all real, like, not fakes. Like, in my 20 years of being alive, didn't ever think I'd see anything like this. But
Okay.
at number 1, we got this one right here. Don't know who this is, but she said, "Oh my god,
I just want to push you around in a stroller. Ah!
She said, "Oh my god, that's so cute. You could be my little brother.
Me?
want to push you around in a stroller." So after seeing this, I
You give the back door.
immediately went went to the nearest building I could and jumped off. This one is really crazy. I asked this girl like on a date or something, and then she.
Why did Sean just ask me on a date? Girl, you fucked it.
She said, "Why did Sean just ask me on a date?" You know, it's all good. We ball, I guess. Now this one was just evil. Made this girl a playlist because you know.
Damn. You made her a playlist and her and her boyfriend listened to it. Love that for you, sir. You slide your way in. Thruple. Get it.
Now, ever since this day,
Get it.
I've been praying on this couple's downfall.
I've been praying on this couple's downfall.
I think a week ago. He's out of her highlights, so might hit her back up again. You never know. Now, this one was just.
Hey, just sent over the Quizlet.
Sent over the Quizlet.
I do wish I had a boyfriend though.
She wished she had someone to study with. I was like, hey.
Damn.
Right here. Name. Didn't ask.
Is your boyfriend cute?
Boys got.
Oh, I also go to bed watching cows get milked. Satisfies me carnally. I'm sorry, did y'all hotbox this room? Why does it look like I'm walking through the fog in Elden Ring? Why is there so many particles in the air?
Oh my god.
How did your AirPod end up all the way up there? The fuck's happening?
Why is that on the screen?
Why are you breathing? The fog of war. Yeah, truly. Did you die? This is what it felt like that one time I took too much ZQuil and knocked out for almost 24 hours. This is exactly what it felt like, actually.
How do I get onto that?
Can I see your license, please? You know why I pulled you over? You're going fucking 16 miles over the fucking speed limit.
Oh, he's so proud of himself.
Lunch with the bestie.
Hey, so fun.
These tacos got me feeling gay as fuck.
Isaiah, I told you don't use gay as happy anymore. That's not how it's used.
My bad, y'all. These tacos got
You
me
feeling bisexual as fuck.
What am I supposed to say if I like tacos?
What am I supposed to say if I like tacos?
Oh, no.
Me, every time I buy art.
If you could spend 24 hours in Kevin Hart's body, how would you spend your day?
Kill myself.
Wait a second. If I let you, I think you would sleep for a full 24 hours. Oh yeah, probably. I love sleep.
Grace, you're back in. Come on. Come on. Come on. I got all the balls. Use this one. Yeah.
Yeah, why is it every time you play dodgeball, there's one person on your team that sweats so bad
Grace, come on, get up.
that like all of the balls are wet?
No! Right, flank right. No, flank right, where is that? Oh! Frick!
Frick!
Everybody get some water.
Oh!
No!
That's so loud.
Can't believe I forgot my wallet.
Oh yeah, that happens to me every morning. I also blink like that sometimes.
Did you have a nice bath?
This is me trying to comb my hair. I don't want to. Also, why is their name Clown Teeth? Clown Teeth is such a fucked up name. Because now I'm thinking about Clown Teeth. Ah!
She said, do you love me? I tell her only partly. I only love my pookies. My pookies. Pookie, I don't know whose hair this is. Pookie, I do not. Pookie, it's not what it looks like. Pookie, I don't. Pookie, please.
That's me, y'all.
Breaker, I barely know her, dude. That's the fuck.
Dude, if you don't stop making stupid fucking jokes.
That's me at Gore when he gets on my nerves.
She got the Jorgen Von Strangle boots.
The Jorgen Von Strangle.
My broken nose.
I have those exact boots. Damn. They take all the toilet paper, huh? Asshole. That's not a flipping pan, sir. Sir. No. The intrusive thoughts really just popped out there.
Protruding guts sticking out, you wouldn't even notice if you budged in line.
Bro, I didn't budge.
Yeah, you did.
I'm literally
Corpulent fuck.
I'm literally behind you.
Yeah. What does it take for me to get a damn burger?
The ass crack!
How's my morning going? I just wanted to brush my teeth.
What'd you use instead?
Toothpaste? Not toothpaste.
What is it?
I just brushed my teeth with this.
Oh.
It's for hemorrhoids.
Yeah.
This is the toothpaste. I just brushed my teeth with stuff I put on my asshole.
You used to call me on my cell phone. Me and my homies, high as hell. I say me and my homies. I've got 2 homies, and neither of them live near me. What the fuck is he saying? They're vibing, but not a single one of them knows what's going on.
Now y'all know we gotta get our op back for talking crazy on the net, right?
Yeah.
Back for that. I just wanna know, y'all ready?
Yeah, for
we
sure.
ready. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Let's
All right,
go.
bet. I
Let's
want
do
one of
it.
y'all to run into his daughter's classroom. She in school right now. Flip the light switch on and off as fast as you can. She got epilepsy. His uncle is homeless. Pull up on him and feed him 10 Popeyes biscuits. No Bev. His son is in the 1st grade, and his favorite animal is a squirrel. I want one of y'all to catch a squirrel, wait for his son to get out of school, and then when he sees you outside, spike the squirrel on the ground. Kill it on impact. His grandma is a Christian. Go outside her house in the middle of the night and play trumpets. She gonna think it's the rapture. Then when she walk up to the window, say you are not chosen, and pull off.
She gonna think it's the
Grandpa's a
rapture.
Vietnam veteran. He goes shopping inside Walmart. I want y'all to run up behind him, then pop a balloon in his ear. And I want y'all to pull up to an orphanage and play Dear Mama by Tupac on the loudspeakers. Not because it relates to the op, just because I find it funny. It makes me laugh.
That makes
After
me
that,
laugh.
I want y'all to break into his house, open up every pack of ramen, take out the seasoning, and fill it back up. He don't deserve flavor. Bro, can we just kill him?
Bro, can we just kill
that's
him?
not enough. And I want y'all to slip a Lego into his shoes.
Kill him? Like,
Nah, that's not enough.
please?
Please?
Nah, that's not enough.
Please?
Nah, that's not enough.
My man's begging to kill that man.
Oh my god, girl, you scared me. Damn.
Give me a second.
Okay. Fuck wrong with you?
Yeah, what's wrong with you?
Girl, I'm just hungry. What the fuck?
Get out my doctor.
What? Oh my god.
Okay, how you doing, sweetie?
I'm doing good. We're doing good. Thanks for asking. Order when you're ready, please.
Okay. Can I get a 10-piece chicken nugget?
Regular spicy?
Give me. Well, you pick for me, baby. I don't know. You pick for me, you know.
Okay, what kind of dipping sauce?
Okay, let me get the barbecue. That one.
And what else is it at?
Can I get your
Hi,
number when I
Cookie.
put to the window?
A what?
Your number.
Okay. What else for you?
Let me get a Coke.
A Coke with sauce?
Let me get.
I'm taking a
the
food
medium
break,
Coke.
yeah. How are you doing, Cookie?
Yeah, that's it. And your number. Don't forget it, you know.
Okay.
Okay, baby.
Why does he do that accent so well?
It's just with my voice. You know how some people sing and shit? Yeah, I don't know. I switch it up.
He did that voice so well, and I say that as a woman who has my stepdad's side of the family is Vietnamese. They're Viet. So I actually know that like I actually know that like accent very well. That's actually how a lot of my aunts talk to me. That's fucking crazy. Perish. Perish! You fool! Alright, there you go. Gotta go take a cock break? Oh god, I might actually. Hey Gore, are you free? My energy's slowly coming back though, so do not fret, my pretties. We are surviving. The slime noises are so gloopy. Yeah, I kind of love it though. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna actually turn off the game volume. And we're gonna turn on my music. Siren, let you hear it calling. Help. Yeah, the pizza's good. I'm coming back to life. Pain to keep my head up high. Also, let me know if I need to turn down the music so y'all can hear the game all right. Magic happens, and upside of a time. Also, sorry for those of y'all watching this VOD on YouTube. You don't get any music at all. You're listening to my voice, and you're watching me play this game in silence. You should tune into streams. Let the heavens open. Yeah. Yeah, the pizza was a little too good. I'm going a little feral. Can you hear it calling? Yeah. Yeah, YouTube Watch get a fun little thing called YouTube Watch get a fun little thing called "Come watch me when I stream," maybe. And you get the fun experience of spending time with me in person. Place. Also, chat, say hi to YouTube. But Peach, where would they find me at? Here at twitch.tv/cyberpeachgirl, because somebody already is using the CyberPeach handle, and I have not yet been able to find them, so I can eat their corpse and take the handle from them. Unfortunately. It's like we're really there. The heavens open. That one time Beyonce made like vaguely Christian music for The Lion King. Hear it calling. Yeah. Yeah, Twitch streams are better than YouTube. Fucking get up. Be here. I mean, the Lion King is kind of a Jesus allegory. I mean, I suppose. The great I am. Okay, 6. Alright. We're fucked. Back home we go. Yeah, fuck YouTube, except for all of the really great shorts views I've been getting on YouTube, in which case, I love you, YouTube. Oh, hell yeah! Get it, Dolly! Bum, 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 bum. Jump out of bed and I stumble in the kitchen, pour myself a cup of ambition and on instruction, try to come alive. Yes, it was made a short. It has been uploaded onto TikTok and it has been uploaded onto YouTube and TikTok, actually. What a way to make a living. Can I play a song and you react to it in a moment? I'm vibing. Don't have to drive you crazy if you let it. 9 to 5. I came to Walgreens to get a Coke and a water. Motherfucker gave me a discount for being ugly. What? It depends, Kula. Oh, is it the song you guys sent earlier? I did listen to all of those, by the way. I just still need to make the bracket for it. I meant to do that yesterday and I never did. Sir? Please, give me personal space. I'm scared of you. Under your hands. Working 9 to 5. What a way to make a living. No giving. It's enough to drive you crazy if you let it. 9 to 5. Alright, Gore, you can play it. I didn't know there was a tier list. Well, so the list is for my cover song. So if it's not something that you want me to do a cover of, then don't worry about sending it to me. Gore can actively change my music though, because we share a Spotify, so thank you for the goods, ladies. Crazy. Oh god, I don't know what this is. I don't think I'm gonna like it though. For what? Or is this a song about gay sex? Why do you keep saving songs about gay sex? I don't believe you. I genuinely don't believe you. Oh. Alright. Alright, Gore. Alright, Gore. Alright, Gore. Oh, alright, Gore. I'm taking back my music. You're killing me, sir. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, so Cookie knew what it was. That song. Y'all are menaces, all of you. Alright. Alright, stream is now just, we just listen to music and, play Stardew Valley. Ow, fuck. Don't. Why do you fly so far? Oh, and now I'm poisoned? Go to hell. Otona Brew. Alright. Let's get it. Otona Bodu. It's the vibe sesh? Yeah, this is just a vibe sesh stream. It's a low energy vibe sesh stream to get us ready for tomorrow, which will be a high energy Pokemon stream. My chest hurts today. Sorry, I feel like I've just been doing nothing but complain all day. Or at least all stream, and I'm very sorry for that. I promise, I'm stronger than this. Alright. Motherfucker. Is the alien? Yeah. I heard these guys were at Coachella, and I'm so jealous that I didn't get to go. Like, I've never once cared about going to Coachella, but this year's lineup was pretty fucking good. Hatsune Miku. I also hope I get a symbiote, honestly. I will never be lonely again. Be gone. Be gone. Be gone. Be gone, slime. Be gone, slime. Mikuchella. Look, that's what I was wanting, was Mikuchella. No, it's the LED screen still. I saw videos of it the other day. It's still the LED screen, unfortunately. Which, I know that was the running theory as to why they were doing the LED screen, was because, like, oh, they have the projector screen at Coachella. Turns out, not the case. So apparently they're just cheaping out is what's happening. And I'm so upset because I had tickets for Miku Expo in 2020 and my concert got canceled because of COVID, and I guess that was the last one that they're doing a projection screen for. Oh, I don't know why I run away. I make you cry when I run away. I bet Miku isn't even real. Gore, fucking put yourself in prison. Put yourself in baby jail. Blasphemer. Save your tears for another day. Y'all, can you shame Gore for being a blasphemer, please? Where the fuck? There it is. I'm one floor off. Please, God. I run away. Ooh, ooh. I make you cry when I run away. Take me back, 'cause I wanna stay. Hatsune Miku is just a weeb Santa is the funniest way to describe that woman. You deserve something better. Save your tears for another day. Ooh. Tears for another day. Oh, fuck. Alright, that's a good fucking song. Ooh. Ooh. There is no Hatsune Miku. Oh my god. Don't lie, you can get my shit. Oh, even though I'm right here by the phone, though, you know you never used to call. Keep your back right now. Good luck on your Final Fantasy grinding. I need to actually get back into Final Fantasy grinding. I stopped paying for it a while ago because I wasn't playing it consistently, but fuck! Okay. But I will start again soon, probably, so. And I was in my sister's house the whole summer. Home wasn't doing numbers. Whole life was going under. Left school and my dad and I had a face-to-face at Atlanta. Oh, that's fair. I did pay because I wanted to go further, so. I ain't even need no speech. If I didn't blow up with a dog trying to be here. Alright. When you get this rich and famous, everybody come up to you saying, hallelujah, how'd you do it? You've been on my mind, you've been running through it, yeah. Hallelujah, how'd you do it? You've been on my mind, you've been running through it, yeah. Alright. You know you never, you do wrong. Even though I'm right here by the phone, dog. Stop twitching and driving! That sounds like you're, like, about to die. Treat you like you're dead right now. I'm on your head right now. You wanna fuck with me so bad right now. But now you can right now. Hey, puppers. Sam! Alright. My mama told me that you love— yeah, you are gonna die. You keep doing that. Whoa! He ain't even all that pretty. Shit. He ain't even all that pretty. Alright. I built a furnace! And it's not gonna go there. A tree like it's dead. Alright, I need wood. Build a chest. Okay. And then we're gonna grab this and this. Put that back. We're also gonna have our geodes, our stones. Damn! Banger after banger. In heaven above, do you believe in love? Don't tell me lies, don't be false or untrue. It all comes back to you. Open fire on my burning heart. You've never been lucky in love. My defenses are down, my life's got a frown. I can't survive on my own. Ba-dum. If a girl walks in and puts her name on your heart, I'll turn and run away. Every day we're all being led astray. It's hard to be lucky in love. Gets in your eyes, it's making you cry. Don't know what to do, don't know what to do. You're looking for love, out in heaven above. Send me an angel. Send me an angel. Right now. Right now. Send me an angel. Send me an angel. Right now. Right now. Is that Dahlia? Now they disappoint and a room behind a smile. Don't give up. Don't give up. You can be lucky in love. It's in your eyes, it's making you cry. Don't know what to do, don't know what to do. You're looking for love, calling heaven above. Send me an angel. Send me an angel. Right now. Right now. Send me an angel. Send me an angel. Right now. Right now. Bum bum ba dun 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 dun. Bum bum ba dun 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 dun. Bum 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 bum. Sorry, my dad is like, my stepdad is 10 years older than my mom. So I listened to all of his music growing up. Send me an angel. Send me an angel. Right now. Right now. I also just miss this like genre of music. Send me an angel. Send me an angel. Right now. Right now. Oops, sorry, Salt. Bum 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 bada 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 bum ba ba ba. That's 5, 9, 10, 11, 12, 12. 12? 12. Okay. Where are you now? 'Cause I've been going places. Going places. Wow. I doubt they're there. I'm sorry, what's happening? Supposed to make it. Now all I think is falling from my trees. And it is going nowhere. Going nowhere. Something about gobies? Like the fish? Gobies? Gobies? Hold on, I'm living my life in absolute confusion. Gobies? Gobies? Take care. You know, whatever. It's fine. We're just gonna pretend like that didn't happen, and we're just gonna keep going. We gotta go buy 12 parsnips. Me listen to my grandpa's music on long drives. Honestly, that sounds comforting. Let's see. We need parsnips. Yeah, goby. Is that not a fish? Boom. It is? Okay, cool. That's what I thought. Oh, I need to take a bath tonight. I'm stinky. Can I sell a perfume that smells like my unshowered body? Would people buy that? Oh, I was one off. Oh well. Oh yeah. Gotta be Cardi, Cardi. Ooh. Gotta be Cardi, Cardi. Ooh. Gamer Girl bathwater was a thing. Might as well do whatever. Yeah, I guess that's true. I really want to. I've been getting into like perfumes lately, and I like the idea of perfumes, and I kind of want to spend some money on some and try them because, like, I don't know. I like things that smell good. I'm a dog. I like things that smell good. Kula, what'd you do? Why are you about to get fired? What happened? Sorry, I can't take shit serious. I'm over here still singing. Kula's like, I'm gonna get fired, and I'm like, Kula, what happened? Dee 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 dee. Crackheads happened? What? Kula, this is why you shouldn't be watching my streams while you're at work. Because now I want to know, what do you mean when you say crackheads happened? Okay, I'll talk to a, oh my god, you gotta be fucking kidding me right now. Alright. I'll find a perfumer and let them sniff my armpits after I haven't showered for a week, and then we'll make a perfume based off of it, and you can smell like, we'll call it wolf musk. So you can be a musky husky. You told me it's all my fault, you're wrong again. The truth is never told. There's a crackhead fight in the parking lot. Oh no! Not the hood! Oh, I'm sorry, Kula. Ducky Angie. Are you still subscribed to Ducky even though she hasn't streamed in like over a year? Nice. I don't care to be. I see you in my eyes. Know what you mean. It's awful. Ooh, rubber boots. Green boots! I'm telling you, she'll be back one day. As somebody who speaks to her like daily, I don't know about that, Chief. But maybe one day she will. Maybe you're right. Maybe holding out hope is what we have to do. No, you fucker. Mind your own business. Alright. The Ducky sweep. Gore, are you also still subbed to Ducky? I never noticed. I wonder how often Ducky gets Twitch checks at random, and I wonder if it jump scares her. I should ask her about that. Be like, hey Ducks, how often do you get random? She'll do a 1 year no stream anniversary stream. You make a good point. This isn't real, it's literal copium. It could be real, and that's what matters. You know, I know this trend is dead because nobody's looking at Animal Crossing porn anymore. But to this day, I want to get Tragedy animated with this song. Camel by camel. Oh, this song was used in a porn meme. I'm very sorry to be the person to tell you this. To remember your memories. I've seen some people on VGen who do it. Is it perfect harmony? My destiny. Alright. Gore, send me that link! I don't know, I think the animation's cute. I think if you look at it as a dance, It's very cute. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. I don't think Gore's seen them. Going to be really honest, I don't think Gore's seen what I've seen. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I mean, I'm sure you could find them. Pete, send it to me. Oh my goodness. Oh, hi, hello, hi, Copycat BT. How are you doing? Gore, can we get a shout out, please? I can do it if I need to. But hello, how are you? Hi, Raiders. I hope you guys had a good stream. My name is Cyberpeach. I am a Wolf Dog VTuber. Thank you so much. Oh, y'all were playing Splatoon 3. Such a fun game. I am a Wolf Dog VTuber who is a variety streamer. We actually just beat Elden Ring with our last stream. So today we're taking a little break from the chaos and are playing some Stardew Valley, loosen it up a little bit. But I hope you guys had a great and wonderful stream. Split 3. I love Splatoon. Splatoon is so much fun, so I cannot blame you at all. I gotta make sure my girlies have food. I adore Splatoon. It is so much fun. I haven't played 3 in a while though, so should probably do that again. Don't eat the egg. On stream and spent a lot of time doing it off stream. I haven't really played a whole lot since the new update, so I'm pretty happy to be back into it. We've played with some friends since the update has come out. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dogbound. I played a little bit. But I haven't really played much on my own. So I was like, might as well jump back into it. I guess I could take this, and we'll take the long way, because I have to buy 5 on the way back. So, sorry, I talk out loud to myself when I play this game to help keep track of everything I'm trying to do. I've not played Splatoon 3 in about a year or so. Yeah, that's probably about where I'm at, too. I'm looking for the last thing I need for the spring foraging, but it has not shown up yet, and I'm not sure if it's the dandelions. I'm not sure if they show up later or what, but it's kind of frustrating. Yeah, no, we're just playing Stardew, and then I'm kind of just doing my own thing, playing my own music. We're hanging out today, kind of a more laid-back stream more than my usual streams. Gross. Usually I'm like balls to the walls, like screaming, oh, it's Wednesday, so we can't even buy anything. Motherfucker. Yeah, no try hard today. It's very casual today. But yeah, no, I think somebody asked earlier if I uploaded the Bara Wolfman song to Shorts, and I did, I think yesterday actually. Y'all are about to learn very quick that my music taste is varied. Alright, that's fall foraging, summer, winter, exotic foraging. Ooh, okay. Oh my god, I'm 1 coin away from the amount of money I need to get a well. Ugh. Yeah, stupid circles. It's a nerd. Bird. Bow, bow. Bow, bow. I gotta check all the trash. Nope. Damn. Alright. Yeah, my music taste is very varied. I don't usually play my own music very often. Usually I play like meme music or like whatever. So y'all are about to learn that I kind of will just listen to anything. On the way to Popeyes. Don't get on the wrong red eye. Fuck around and bag two of them guys. I'm OG in Paris, I'm OD in France. I need the advance. I need a dandelion. Where are they? I mean, I'll take you. Little fingies. And did it again, and did it again, and did it again. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Berkey. I'm drinking Gatorade because I'm having a bad POTS day today. It really slammed me out of nowhere. But yeah, we're not having a great POTS day today, unfortunately. Alright. That's where I'm at. Oh! Oh, fuck it up, Berkey. Get it! Bust it down! Also, by the way, when I do the 2.0 rebrand, because I can't shut up about it, I'm so excited. Y'all are getting more emotes. Especially more animated emotes. And you guys are going to have a selection of dancing emotes to pick from. So, be excited for that. But ducking the social gimmicks. Because I'm sure you guys... I know how much y'all loved your current dancing emote. So y'all are getting more! You guys are gonna be able to dance in so many different ways. It's gonna be so much fun. Oh! What? What the fuck? You fucker. Amazing, brother. Pop off only on occasion, brother. Show your ass and take me to class. I can multi-class at Megan, brother. From the listeners. Fuck that album, fuck that single. Burn that shit. Who you with? Oh god. What's up, brother? It is Gore's favorite emote. I think Gore uses that emote more than anybody else. Gore watches D&D streamers, and I get so many emote uses from him in that server. Do 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 do. Oh, you are a monster. Right now. Right now. 'Cause you can't take whiskey right now. How to shoot a combo. But we won't know. It's Gore's favorite song. I tucked my key into the side of his pretty little souped-up four-wheel drive. Carved my name into his leather seats. Took a Louisville screw with both headlights. Pressed the coal in all four tires. Maybe next time he'll think before he cheats. Not Gore typing out the lyrics like a second late. Just like karaoke. Saying I'm drunk. He's thinking that he's gonna get lucky right now. That bike room polo. Oh, we don't know that I dug my key into the side of his. My lungs are not the same as what they used to be. Into his leather seats. Took a Louisville slugger to both headlights. Flashed a hole in all 4 tires. Maybe next time he thinks before he cheats. Yeah, Gore goes off to this song like he has been cheated on. The Lex girl. Because the next time that he cheats, oh, we know it won't be on me. Oh, thank you for saying I have a nice voice. I really appreciate that. Oh, fuck me. There's the ladder. His pretty little souped up 4-wheel drive topped my name into his leather seats. Bill Slugger to both headlights. Flashed a hole in all 4 tires. Maybe next time he'll think before he cheats. Maybe next time he'll think before he cheats. Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good song. But I shit you not when I tell you Gore sings this song like a man who has been fucking torn apart. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, mm, mm. Ba, 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 ba. Oh yeah, Gore goes off in the car. He is a car concert man for sure. Also, we were watching the technical test for Hades 2, which I unfortunately was not invited to participate in. I applied for it, but I was not selected, unfortunately. However, we were watching the technical test yesterday. And Hephaestus showed up, and me and Gore were like, "That's Gore!" It was crazy. My cries. Yeah, we are getting a season 2 for Panty and Stocking. Thank God. This is Panty and Stocking. Oh, the scars riding me through and through. You never told me to stay and last forever and ever. It's okay to be uncultured. This anime is niche. So close, and it's you that I believe in, I believe in. How far away, so far I can time. Hold on, you I love so dearly. Dormant, all is gone, so bless me with your sweet lullaby. Yeah, it's a. Sorry, I was beating on my chest, trying to get my heart to start. Yeah, the 2 main characters are angels that got kicked out of heaven for being whores, and they're trying to get back into heaven. Oh, it is alright. It is old as hell. But we are getting a season 2, so. For me, a song of life. Heaven, stay midnight dreams tonight. Used to hear from berries in my sight. Monday, I fall for you. Ooh. I don't know when this turned into a karaoke stream, but that's what it is now, I guess. So, I hope y'all enjoy. Oh fuck, that fell right where I can't reach none of that shit, huh? Endeavor, I gotta be. Oh, it so did. Shit. Yeah, it kind of did just turn into a karaoke stream. My bad. Look, I definitely have a music taste. Caress me with your sweet lullaby. Will you be my light? Will you be my strength? Promise you won't let me go. Okay, thank God, Kula. No more crackheads. Tomorrow I'm gonna be there. Weender's beefinator. I'm a beefinator. Look at these boobies and tell me that they aren't the beefinator. Alright, what do I need for this? Earth crystal, copper bar. Okay, I bet. Hello? Gotta find the axe. Select some greens. We're gonna hold on to this, that, one of these, and then the rest are being sold. Bless me with your sweet lullaby. I'm Beef Wellington. It was half eaten. Aww. Kula, why do you always get babysitting duty? What happened to you? I gotta go to the market and get more parsnips. Yeah, I know. Peach for like a whole pound of beef. Yeah, fucking mark me up, baby. Let's go. Tokyo Conan! Tokyo calling! Tokyo calling! Tokyo calling! Tokyo calling! Tokyo calling! Tokyo calling! I have to throw out dad dick energy. Oh, I thought you were just saying I have to throw out dad dick all the time. And I'm like, I mean, alright. I like DILFs, but like, damn. Yes, so this is the newest farm type. Give me 1 second, actually. I need to pull up my list real quick. Silo, Stardew Valley. Okay, so it'd probably just be better for me to get a well first, because I have enough for that. Howdy, Doggin! How you doing? All I want to do is play games in my room. Relatable. Yeah, I've got enough stone for that. La la ooh, la la boo la 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 boo la la boo la. Look, I'm not gonna turn down no dad dick. I'm gonna be honest with you, Chief. Can't turn that shit down. Tokyo Conan. Okay, we're gonna go the long way, because I need to find, a foraging plant. I can't remember the name of it now. But I know what it is, I know what it looks like. When do I get to play a game with a DILF in it? Well, these aren't quite what I was looking for, but I'll take it. Speaking of being a dad, yeah, Kula? Oh! You can paint buildings? Fascinating. Alright, I want the well. Yeah, we'll put it behind my mailbox. I think that's fine. I want to be a dad one day, assuming I don't get shot in an alley first. Look, with your career, that is a possibility. But I believe you'll be a good dad one day. This is Gore's music, by the way. I think 10 should be fine. Man, I'm a construction worker. Fuck you, me with my career. Look, you know. You live a dangerous life. Whether you realize it or not. I'm sorry, I'm forcing y'all to listen to Gore's music. I'm an electrical technician in a mine? That's crazy. That's so cool, though. I need my hoe. Jesus. We back in the mines? Hell yeah. Rocks, am I right? Oh my god. Yeah, that is a very dangerous career, and I am now praying for your safety every day, now that I know what you do for a living. I can't reach any of that wood, and that's gonna fucking haunt me for the rest of my days. Alright, this is about to cause a trauma response in me. I am done. Good hazard pay at least? Yeah, Gore's asking the real questions. How good's the hazard pay? The bonus is a certain percent of your yearly wage every few months. Oh, that's not too bad. And down. Where did it all go? Bum 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 bum. Ooh. All right. Ooh. All right, we're back in the mines, gang. Let's get it. Oh. From tripping on mountains? What the fuck is going on? Where you work, Kula? It's always something. Oh man. Let it go. Let it go. Ooh. Looking for a ladder, baby. Come on, ladders. We'll go ahead and eat that real quick, just to... The imminent bear what the fuck is going on, Kula? Kula's like, my job isn't gonna be the death of me. Oh, also, there's an imminent bear problem. What? Kula, do you hear yourself? You sound insane. Bears are chunky dogs, and I do love bears, and Gore's nickname is Bear, and he would pet a bear if I would let him. However, that doesn't change the fact that I just told Kula that his profession will probably be the death of him, to which he responded with shock that I would say such a thing, only to then follow it up with, oh, but there is an imminent bear problem. You see my issue here? You see what's going on? Oh yeah, you live such a normal life, huh, Kula? Nothing weird at all, huh, Kula? the worst I deal with is tarantulas, and I barely deal with them. Some kind of fire. And I say the worst, I don't mind spiders. I actually really like spiders, so like that's not even bad for me. Yeah, higher. You know I'm not wrong. No, I'm not lying. We do it better. We do it better. Yeah. And I don't mind if the world spins faster, the music's louder, the waves get stronger. I don't mind. Spin faster, faster, faster. I'm getting jumped by a bug in a cave. And I keep missing all my swipes tonight. This fucking bug is gonna kill me. I'm so excited to die in the mines. I'll take you to a better place. Alright. So excited. Who is skydiving in the nude? I look away for 1 second to kill a bug, and we are immediately talking about bad life decisions. I need the hardwood, so just let me take you to a better place. That's not my fucking chat right now, apparently. I wouldn't even skydive to begin with. Unlike some people would believe of me, I am not fearless. I actually am full of fear. I am on anti-anxiety medication. You think a bear would be more scared of a nude person? Probably not. Alright, let's just see if there's a ladder somewhere because, right into you. I've got a blood trail of red into blue. Something you say or something you do. Face of the divine. You wrap my body. Use my scroll wheel? No. I'm lazy. Earth below. Alright, there you go. I also love Sleep Token, so you are always welcome here. Sleep Token fans are always welcome here. I want to see the other side. Like I said, I've got a broad music taste. I need 99. Ba-ba-da-bop. 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 Ba-da-bop. 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 Yeah, their newest album really did take off. I love it though, so I can't even complain. The earth below. Spanish and German music win. I do actually have some Spanish music on my playlist, I think. German, not so much. Nothing against the Germans, I don't think I have much going on for them. Give me hostage. It's because it trended on TikTok. So I think that's why their newest album really took off. Tell me what it's like. Do you bear claw your fucking mouse? Look. It just moves too fast for me. I don't like it. It just when I do that, I feel like it just fucking mumes and I don't like it. Thank you for the pet, Gore. Freaks me out. I don't know what you expect from me. I'm easily startled. Have you heard Amore Interno? No. I don't believe so. It doesn't sound familiar. That's not enough wood, is it? Oh, it is enough wood. Just barely. Fantastic. God, I'm such a winner. We're gonna put this right there. And then we're gonna just snatch an egg. Oh, then get in the Discord? Alright, bet. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, here it comes! It's the best part of the song, yeah. According to fucking everyone. Oh, the bookseller's in town today. Very nice. Oh, my love, did I mistake you for a sign from God? Or are you really here to cut me off? Or maybe just to turn me on? 'Cause these days I would be lying if I told you that I didn't wish that I could be your man. Or maybe make a good girl bad. It's a song for moms? Alright. River running right into you. I've got a blood trail red into blue. Something you say or something you do. The face of the divine. And you've got my body, flesh and bone. The sky above, the earth below. Nothing to say and nowhere to go. The face of the divine. The third word is pregnant. That happened so fast. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, back-to-back bangers for real. The 6-finger combo. I haven't even watched this anime, but I love the music, so. Who the best? I'm the best. Yeah. Is the anime good? I didn't really hear anything about it until this opening came out. Bum brim bum bum brim bum bum boom. Brim bum bum brim bum bum brim bum bum boom. Brim bum bum brim bum bum brim bum bum boom. Yeah, a lot of people forget you could just put stuff wherever. So I actually forgot too until I watched a TikTok as I was setting up for stream, and it was the way she was setting up her area, and I was like, oh, that looks so pretty. I forgot you could do that. Imagine Jimbro at Hogwarts. Yeah, that's what I've heard it is. Bring, bring. Bring, bring. Bring, bring. That's true. NPC pathing can't fuck it up. Though I will say in the mines, NPCs don't really ever go in there, so I don't think NPC pathing. Red, orange, yellow. Okay. Oh wait. Red, orange, yellow. Green, blue, purple. There you go. Oh. Who the best? I'm the best. Yeah. Look, she's fine. Don't worry about her. I do need to keep one of these. I think it's just for chests. NPCs won't break them when they walk through them anymore. Yeah, that's true. Yes, you can order a beverage cup full of cane sauce, and it's crazy. I personally have never done it because I'm not the biggest fan of their sauce. I'm not the biggest fan of most sauces, though. This feels like Japanese scat, man. Yeah, kind of. Oh, damn! Another back-to-back banger. Ba-da-da-da. Rap, go right, a beautiful sky. A rap, go right, a beautiful sky. My shoulders are going. We've got back-to-back bangers today. I love that y'all are just getting to listen to my music. I hope y'all are enjoying that. Happy day when I stood there, rest in peace, I'd better doze. I love you. Honey. I love this anime, honestly. I'm gonna need them to bring it back soon. I did a beautiful star. The left, the right, the beautiful sky. I left, alright, a beautiful star. Yeah, they're doing a movie for the next season, that is true. Hi, Green Mole! Thank you for the stretch, and I will take a sip. Ah. Time for stretch. Ugh. Oh, sorry, kid. Hey, daddy. You said daddy. Hey, daddy. Naga. You couldn't get into it? That's okay. I met Gore in film class, so we're both kind of like big film nerds. And for me, watching that show felt like watching a movie. So I was having a great time with it. But I totally understand it not being everybody's cup of tea. I like beautiful star. Beautiful star. The opening is so good, though. Beautiful star. I thought about covering this song at one point. Oh, I love One Piece. One Piece has been my fucking personality for years. I have a One Piece tattoo. I'm like a massive One Piece fan. Okay, 6 spots? Yeah, I could do that. Branch out this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. Living through the darkness, focusing off the walls, through the drakes and a broken jaw. Okay, so the live action meetup lines. I want to talk about this. I was going to. I wanted to meet Taz, but I heard that line was fucking insane. I really wanted to meet Emily, and her line was not insane. However, when I got there the second day, she had just left, and by the time I was getting ready to leave, she still hadn't come back. So I was like, fuck. Reja. And so I was like, shit, all right, well, bummer. But we did go Friday, and she was just there, and nobody else was there, and I was like, we should go. And Gore got, like, super, like, stage frighty nervous, and I didn't want to make him uncomfortable, so I just didn't go, and I may regret it a little now. I know, we talked about that. Your friend was in it for forever. Ugh. But Emily is also the voice actress of Marcel, and she's the English voice actress for Marcel and Dungeon Meshi. And I am loving Dungeon Meshi right now. And so I really wanted to talk to her about it, and she seemed like she wasn't busy at all. And I was like, oh, I lost my chance, is all. Her being there is a big part of the reason why we came. Delicious in Dungeon? Sorry, I call it by its Japanese name because I read the manga. Yeah, it's called Delicious Dungeon. It's on Netflix right now. And it's fantastic. Literally one of my favorite shows going on right now. Miss you, Apothecary Diaries and Frieren, but... Okay. When I'm done dancing to alarm bells, no wonder my ears are still ringing. When I am done fighting off change, no wonder my arms are still swinging. Aqua. Reja. But no, I heavily recommend it. I will admit it is weird and kind of goofy for a hot minute, but it takes a pretty interesting turn like halfway through the first season, and it's just so good. It knows how to balance goofy and serious really well. And can give you like one of the most serious anime moments you've ever seen, and then follow it up with a joke that genuinely makes you laugh, but doesn't take away from like the experience that they just had. It's fantastic. Damn, just banger after banger on this playlist today. The hell? This is just my liked songs too. Like, this isn't even anything special. Yeah, no, it's good. I love it. I highly recommend it. Actually, a new episode just dropped today. So, it's a Thursday. Episodes drop Thursdays. So, that's part of why it's on my mind. Because that's what I'm going to do when I'm done streaming, is go watch Dungeon Meshi and then take a bath. You should send me your anime playlist because I've been watching anime for so fucking long. And I love seeing what other people have watched. Bro, what the fuck? There's a ladder. I hate wasting so much energy on one floor. Great. What is this? Read this book to gain some combat experience. Hell yeah. Alright. We're definitely gonna come up here at least. Gore likes this song. Do what you want. Somebody get me in to your heart. Oh, thank you so much. I will check on that after stream for sure. They wanna see us falling apart. I love you. So let me into your heart. Woo! This is the life of us. Sleeping with the moon and the stars. You go. All right. Oh god, how do I have $2? Ooh. To your heart. You really got a hold on me, yeah. And this isn't just puppy love. I really do love Stardew Valley though. Like I could sit here and just play this all day. Like, it's already 8 p.m. and I'm just like, yay! Alright. I have a message in Discord. Did one of y'all tag me? Oh, you did. Okay, awesome, awesome. Thank you. Got it. Sorry, I was like, huh? Ah! Sometimes I have those moments where I'm like, what? What's happening here? I spilled lemonade in my cane sauce in your giant container of cane sauce because I think I know how. I think I know how that happened exactly, actually. Oh, I'm so excited to play Pokemon tomorrow. I have missed playing Pokemon. So I'm sure I'm gonna have so much fun tomorrow. Alright, Oh, I already... Okay. Yeah, so we're playing Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. I've never played before, so this will be my first time playing it. But I'm super hyped because I've never played before, and I've been in a Pokemon mood lately that just has not been satisfied. Because I've had nothing new Pokemon to play. I would be a Pokemon streamer. If I didn't like playing a bunch of types of games. I know that everybody says Pokemon Mystery Dungeon is their favorite spinoff, and I've just never played it somehow. It just kind of slipped through the cracks for me somehow. I don't know how, but it just has. Come on out, girls. Take your eggs. I want to know what Pokemon I'd be. Yeah. All right, maybe. Oh yeah, he'll give me more seeds if I. Oh my god, the chickens were glitching into each other. That scared the shit out of me. If I bring him these geodes, he'll give me more. So. Oh wait, no, today's the Easter thing. I just realized. Yeah, I just realized today's the festival. Shit. Alright. Oh, banger. Uh-oh, banger. Oh, I need to make a scarecrow. I forgot about that. I could still do that. That's copper and iron. We don't have that yet. Okay. Man, Jujutsu Kaisen is so good. But they lost me so hard with the most recent chapters that have come out. I never thought I'd fall off of a series so quick, but here I am. So, here we are. Falling off the fucking Jujutsu Kaisen bandwagon because the most recent chapters are weird as fuck. Alright. Gotta talk to everybody real quick. Yeah, the new chapter that came out is nuts, and I don't really know how I feel about it, truly. So I'm just, instead, choosing to just sit. And, I think I'm gonna take a couple weeks off and see, if it gets any better. I am a hater! Yeah, you're correct, actually, Gore. And you know what? I don't think there's anything wrong with being a hater sometimes. Fucking, yeah, I am a hater. And this fucking manga has gotten out of control. And also, this final arc has been taking for fucking ever, and I don't think it needs to. And I'm tired of the fucking human roulette that we keep throwing at Sukuna. I don't think, it didn't work. Just leave it be. Like, I'm dropping off the bandwagon so fast because I don't get it, man. Like, really. It's getting dragged out and it's taken forever. And now it's just gotten weird. I don't feel that way about the My Hero Final Fight at all. Only because while it's been long, things of importance have been happening the entire time. The final battle's been good, but like we've gotten important character development for a lot of characters in this final arc, and a lot of like backstory for characters in this final arc. So at least like things are like happening. Jujutsu Kaisen is just, how many people can we throw at this man before we win? Like, be better. Also, My Hero's done. Like, My Hero, I think, is gonna have, like, maybe 5 chapters left, and then it's done. Like, just based off of, like, what I could tell, it doesn't seem like it's gonna continue going for very much longer. My Hero? Yeah, it's almost done. We're in the final war arc. Which is a damn good arc, by the way, irregardless of what Gore says. Every chapter of My Hero right now has me in, like, fucking stitches. Yeah, shonen manga really does go on forever. If I didn't beat these fucking kids, I'm gonna lose my mind. Oh, you mean the song that's playing right now? Hunter x Hunter, the music that's playing right now? I love Hunter, though. I gotta put on my hat! Oh, I look so cute. Are strawberries... Okay, these are spring plants. Good. Do, 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 do. Boo, do, 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 do. Boo, do, do, do. I need more water. Oh yeah, Hunter's not finishing. I've accepted that a long time ago. I wish it would, but that man, I don't know if you've seen pictures of the way that man lived before his wife entered into the picture. It was rough. I'm not at all surprised that he ended up extremely ill. I don't know if I have anything planted here. I can't really see either, so we're just gonna assume that I do. I'm gonna step out, but I'll catch you tomorrow. You stay safe. Thank you for coming around. I really appreciate us being able to spend time with you. Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one. Yeah, not unless someone else takes over. Hunter x Hunter is fantastic, and I highly recommend sitting down to watch it. It really doesn't take that long to get through. I think Gore caught up in like 2 months. Probably less, honestly. But that man is notorious for the way he watches anime. He caught up to One Piece over the summer, during our high school summer break, so... He's a threat to the natural order. Oh. Akira Toriyama. Did Akira Toriyama not... Oh, yeah, no, Togashi is probably going to die. Probably within, like, the next 10 years. Most likely. His health is extremely poor. I've kind of already accepted that Hunter is probably never going to be finished. Just because of how bad his health is. Yeah, I recommended that Gore watch One Piece when we were in high school, and Gore went, I bet, and then started watching One Piece over the summer, and by the time we came back to class, that next year, he was done. He was completely finished with it, and I was like, damn. Alright. We're going in the mines. Really, I need one more forge material, but I can't seem to find it. And that's really what I need to move forward with the community center, which is what I want to start working on, but... You know. Yeah, Gore locked in. Gravity's holding me back. I want you to hold out the palm of your hand. Why don't you leave it with that? Alright. Everything's lost in the way. Oh, in this world, it's just us. You know it's not the same as it was. In this world, it's just us. You know it's not the same as it was. As it was. As it was. You know it's not the same. Answer the phone. Area no good alone. Look, I promise you One Piece is worth it. The binge is worth it. And you don't even have to really sit and binge it if you don't want to. Just do it in chunks. That's what a lot of people do. A lot of people will watch like they'll watch like the first season and then they'll stop watching, take a break, for a couple weeks, couple months, whatever. Watch another anime, and then they'll come back to it and watch the second season. But I've heard that for a lot of people, as soon as they finish the first season, they want to watch more if they try and do that. And so they end up watching like at least 3 seasons. Back to back. Or do what a lot of the newbies are doing. And watch One Piece live action. I'm like the advertiser for One Piece. Watch One Piece live action on Netflix! So, Kaiju number 8 just started, right? It only has 1 episode right now, right? Because I haven't sat down to watch it yet. But I've heard great things about the manga. So... I'm excited. No, it's not the same as it was. As it was. As it was. Yeah, is it any good, is my question. Because I heard the manga's fantastic. But I'm a little worried about the anime. Okay, it is good? Okay, bet. Bet. I'll have to try turning that on. Man, my playlist gave us all the bangers and then was like, alright, time to chill out. Fuck! God damn it. Alright. Give much hard to forget her. Don't touch me! Fucking bugs. On that day. It's just like seeing her for the first time again. Oh my god, I forgot I had rice I needed to harvest. Just like seeing her. I haven't read the manga, but I've heard great things about the manga. I got the manga for my birthday that I still haven't read too, so I need to catch up. I'm falling behind on my casual anime watcher stuff because I'm doing my job all the time. Fucking work. Alright, we just need 2 more ladders. We can do this. Okay, I need something hyper. Thank you. Sorry, I was just like listening to that and I was like, that's great. I need something that has more hype to it because I'm fighting for my life. Alright, let's see. Is there already a ladder out? Because if so, it would be the best fortune I've ever had. No good fortune for me. Good fortune for me! Cave carrots! Thank God. Alright, we're safe. We're good, team. Oh, thank God. Never been so happy to see a fucking cave carrot. Oh! Up we go. Alright. Okay, we'll keep 5, I think. Yeah, 5 should be good. Sorry, I'm just making faces at things while I'm trying to figure stuff out. And then... gotta go drop off one of these cave carrots. And while we're doing that, we're gonna pray that we run into a dandelion so that I can finally finish. Nope. Shit. Well, god damn it. Ah! Fuck me. This is not working. This is not going according to Kaikaku. I wanted to get way more done in this stream, and I feel like I have failed. Well, shit. And I also forgot to come... Water retention. I forgot I had fucking rice shoots down here. Oh right, requires scythe, I forgot. Ah, I'm better than this, chat. Or maybe I'm not. Maybe I just think I am. Alright, there you go. Alright, I got rice for the rice mill. Okay, what do I need for wood and fiber? Okay. And fiber. Running in the 90s. Oh, I need 50 wood? Jesus. I'm just running in the 90s. God, Jesus. I need gore in my life. What would gore offer you? What do you think gore has for you? Alright, that's 50. There we go. Love, affection, companionship, and cookies? I don't know about the cookies. Alright. I'll leave those there just in case I need them for something else. What else do I need for 1515? I have that. I don't have that. I only have 9. Fuck. Yeah, see, cookie's not for sale. You can't threaten Cookie like that. Yeah, they have... Gore has toffee Oreos, though, and they're really yuck. Bum, 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 bum. I do not like that song that much. I don't know why I listened to it for so long. So you wanna live long, so you wanna be free. Baby. I know you like them, but I don't get it. On me. She wanna play hard to get, that's fine by me. By me. I need to build a silo. Yeah. Why would you clone your own child? Why would you do that? What would you gain from that? Alright. Damn! Okay, hold on. Get on my way, get on my way. Mm-hmm. On my way, she on my way, yeah, yeah. Oh, hi, Yiggy! You probably could do some form of tax evasion with a clone child. But I don't know if that's tax evasion I am willing to attempt. Ole, hit it both time, now she going both ways. I need to separate some of this stuff. Oh, this is ridiculous. Y'all pay taxes? I don't know. I mean, most of the time. Gore, how does it feel that everybody just knows you as husband? Does it make you feel like a piece of meat? Oh boy. Yeah, Gore just is Chat's husband. This is the egg chest, so it's gonna be white. Man, I really wish I could get this wood. Fuck. Come chest. It's the egg chest, ma'am. Gore? Wait. Gore? The hell are we talking about right now? Huh? Cum chest? Yeah, apparently Gore is the dinner. Ew, Gore sleeve sounds awful. Yeah, apparently my husband is the local fucking harlot on the streets. Nobody bothered to tell me. Damn. Ba-da-dum-dum-dum. I have fisted my husband. You make a good point. Have you ever hated your bully so much that you fucked his mom? He asked to be used like a Muppet. I did not personally pick that life for myself. Can you sleeve my Yu-Gi-Oh cards with Gore? Yeah, but then he's just never gonna shut up about, like, the quality of the cards themselves, and now you just have to deal with that. You nearly ever died this week. It's can you keep? I keep my cards in good quality? Gore will be the judge of that. Gore will be the judge of that. You have a $1,400 card, Yu-Gi-Oh card, Diggy? What the fuck? Huh? I'm Yugi, let's go! It was a typo. With my mouth. Oh, thank God, Dandelion. Finally. What card is it? Or you still have so many cards. They're in the fucking closet. Hidden. God, the amount of money spent on cards makes me want to cry. Falling back to you. We weren't married then. I mean, we're not married now, but you get my point. Kula, what other out-of-pocket thing are you about to tell me right now? I'm trying to kiss you. feel the same as I do. Thanks. If you wanted to. I was at the store, said to my friend that works there as I bought one pack, imagine if that has Starlight Masquerena. And lo and behold, there it was. Damn. That's crazy. Yeah, you sure did will it into existence. Oh, thank God, I can finally do other stuff. Okay. Ooh. I can take all that later. Yeah, Yiggy, selling that would definitely, well, that would pay your rent, I think, for one of these months. No. Alright. No, no more JoJo. I have trauma. So I want to listen to Jolene instead. Jolene, 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 Jolene. I'm begging of you, please don't take my man. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Please don't take him just because you can. Beauty is beyond compare, with flaming locks of auburn hair, with ivory skin, eyes of emerald green. That is like a breath of spring, your voice is love like summer rain, and I cannot compete with you, Jolene. Talks about you in his sleep, and there's something I can do to keep from crying when he calls your name, Jolene. I can easily understand how you could easily take my man, but you don't know what he means to me, Jolene. Jolene, 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 Jolene. I'm begging of you, please don't take my man. Jolene, 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 Jolene. Please don't take him just because you can. Jolene is your choice of men, but I could never love again. He's the only one for me, Jolene. Fucking IP. Oh my god. I love Jolene, man. It's a great song. Honestly, based off the way this woman describes her, she could steal me too. Hell, she could have both me and Gore at the same time. If she really wanted to. Alright, take another bite of my pizza. Jolene. Jolene. Yay! Ooh. Yay! See, y'all are talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! And I have no idea. I'm not a Yu-Gi-Oh! Gal. Gore tried to teach me how to play once, and I got so pissed off that we got into a fight. Da 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 da. Probably shouldn't have been selling my slime. Oh well. Back into the mines. I have no idea what y'all are talking about right now. I am so not a Yu-Gi-Oh! Girly. I'm just collecting food items, don't mind me. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na. Put that in there real quick. Alright. See, now y'all are talking about Yu-Gi-Oh, so I've tuned out. I'm just listening to Wildside, having the time of my life. There's a bat somewhere. I can't see her, but there's a bat somewhere. This is a wonderful my life. Kiss my name when the music's over. Time won't fly, just such a sweet time. Alright. Oh, I can't see if I find a ladder. Oh, what are you? Oh, that's what you are. Fucking, I didn't see you there. All I could see were your little eyes in the darkness. Little freakazoid. Oh, no. Perish. 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 Perish! God! Man, we're just getting anime song on anime song. Oh my god. Die. 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 Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Luffy? What do you mean, Luffy? Oh, thank God. I need one of those. All right. You probably have to go get the card graded, I would think. Bum, 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 bum. Hi, Bat. I need your wings, if you don't mind. Collecting them. Give me your wings. Thank you. I don't really need bug guts, so. Bum, bum, ba-dum. Oh, my arm's starting to hurt. In the dark, you look like Luffy. Oh, yeah, with my little hat. You're making a good point. I didn't even think about that. I kind of do. Oh my god. Now that's all I'm gonna be thinking about. Oh my fucking god. Right. Better than Ducky and her fucking leprechaun-looking ass. Scaring the shit out of everyone. Oh. Ooh, it's stinky. It suddenly got very stinky in here. Somebody shit. Somebody shit! Watch out! Watch out, team! Somebody shit! Now it's stinky! Oh, wait, nope, not stinky anymore. We're good. Safe, no longer stinky. There's so many fucking bats. Alright, we gotta go up. Oh, Ducky's also playing. Ducky is also playing Stardew Valley. Who is surprised? Not I. Okay, what do I need? Stone, wood, earth crystal, copper bar. Okay, so I need 2 copper. I have the earth crystal. I need 15 stone. I'll drop that in there. I'm also gonna drop the cave carrot in there, and we're gonna take that back with me. Okay. Goldie farmer left it all in 1 acre. My Stardew Nakima, king of the farmer. Y'all are so ridiculous. I looked away from chat because I thought y'all were still talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! And I was like, "Ba-ba-doo-ba-doo." I turned back around, y'all are talking about fucking One Piece. One Piece jump scare. Hey, little dudes. Alright. There's that. That. Meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow. Ba, 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 da, da, ba, 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 da, da, ba, 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 da, da, ba, 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 da, da. Yeah, this whole VOD is gonna be so weird for people who watch it on YouTube because like there's not gonna be any music. It's just gonna be silent Stardew Valley and me singing a lot. Two. Boop 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 doo-doo. So ride away with me. Yeah, use your imagination, YouTube watchers. Guess the song based off how well I'm singing it. Alright. Oh my god, Yiggy. That is so much. Hold on, let me toss this in the thing and go to bed and I'll read it. Everything can never be this good again. Alright. Crops, wives, cattle. Goldie farmer had this and everything else the farms had to offer, and his dying words drove countless men to the barns. You want my crops? You can have them. I left everything I planted together in 1 acre. Now you just have to till it. These words drove countless men to the countryside in pursuit of crops greater than they've ever dared to imagine. This time is known as the Great Farmer Eras. So fucking stupid. I made him British. I don't know why I made him British. Yeah. Don't give it up, Luffy. Don't give it up. Sorry. It's so stupid. Everything I get would be this way forever. I suddenly have so much money. Alright, promise not to stop when I say when. She said. He said you gotta promise not to stop when I say when. And I said, sounds like sexual assault. So how about I do stop when you say when, and we just pretend like I didn't. Don't dig it up, Nami! Y'all are ridiculous. Everything will never be this good forever. I just watered that stupid fucking thing twice. Rude again. Alright, we need more crops. We are not doing good on crops. Yeah, yes, I hear you, Snooch. Yeah, no, absolutely nothing about Brooke would need to change at all, actually. You're correct. I like the idea that nothing changes about any of the characters. It just stays fucking weird. You know? Alright. I mean, all the characters act the same. Oh, yeah, I guess that's true. Alright. So we need a big egg. Wake up! Wait up. Why'd you leave the kids up on the table? There you go, create another fable. You wanted to. You wanted to. I couldn't wait 2 days, Ducky. I needed my fix. Hi, Nico! Hi, Raiders! How are you all doing? Hello! Gora, can I get a shout out, please, for Nico? Nico, how was your stream? I hope it was good. Also, Ducky, don't judge me. I needed a little bit of just a little extra oomph, you know? So I'd appreciate not being judged. Yeah, also, Ducky, you are also literally playing right now. Like, what? Yeah, we saw you playing. What do you mean I installed the fishing mod? You have no proof of this. Ducky, you have no proof of this. We busted out a super jail in space. Oh, you're playing Astral Ascent? That's so much fun. I'm glad your stream went good. I am playing the update. You're playing Farlu Rally? Sure you were. Sure you were. Father, into your hands I commend my spirit. That wasn't enough. Very different. Oh, yeah, very different. What fish do I need? Sunfish, catfish, shad. Okay, so I have a shad. While I bream. I have a bream. I don't have those. I do have a clam. And a mussel. And I think I have a bullhead. Bream. Shad. Clam. Cockle. No need for a chub or a smallmouth base. Alright. To die. I like the song, but every time I think of it, I remember the version where they change every number table. Yeah, it's a good one. Look, Ducky, I don't understand what you're talking about. If you're allowed to play Stardew Valley at all times of the day, I'm allowed to play Stardew Valley for 4 hours on stream. And get absolutely nothing done. Go Frick. Go Stank. Go Stank. Go Stank. Hey, boo-boo. Oh, yeah. I need to listen to that again, honestly. It's been a long time. That's what I needed. Alright, let's go. Let's go! I'm getting karma because my mod launcher keeps crashing. Ah, see? It's because you got too many. Got too many mods, Dougie. Got too many mods. Versus me playing unmodded. 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 Tryable. I know. I need some too. Do you want this? Like it wants you. Alright. We in the mines. That we back into mines. Got my pussy swinging from side to side, side to side. What 23 mods do you need, ma'am? Why do you need 23 mods? For what? Like, what in the world would make you need 23? You're mine when you step in the scene. And as I land, goons. Oh, hi, gang. Hi, gang. If you all would just continue to walk into the arc. Stardew Expanded, Stardew Expanded, Stardew Expanded. It's Stardew Expanded times 3, essentially. There Ducky goes again, opening up Stardew. Oh god, I'm about to get jumped. No, I'm not. I refuse it. I refute it in the name of God. Oh, Corey has gas. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Dog Pound. I hope you're having a wonderful day, and I hope your gas clears up. Come on, what do you want to get? Fucking perish. Jesus. Those guys. Do 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 do. All right. One more floor to go. And I already know it's not gonna be easy to get there. I can't see shit. That, you fucking whore. Be gone. Be gone, you flapping bitch. Flapping harlot from the south. Alright. Do 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 do. You know what? You too. You can also be gone. Don't look at me. Don't touch me. Don't look at me. Don't touch me. Don't look at me. Don't touch me. Thank you. Uh-oh. Gotta eat. Gotta eat. Gotta eat. Sorry, I just realized what time it is. I'm genuinely having such a good time playing Stardew that I forget to check the time. Die. Thank you. Where is the ladder? Where is it? Release it unto me. Release the ladder unto me. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh god, it goes deeper. Just give me the ladder. Oh my god. I just want the ladder. I'm on the last fucking... I just need one ladder. Hello? God? Can you hear me? I'm just asking for one ladder. God, please. Why do I have a feeling I've already found the ladder? I just cannot see it. Is that it right there? Oh my god, it is. You can just put me down now. Alright. I need 20 copper ore for that. My bad. That's not too bad. All right. Sorry, I'm like trying to process like what I need. Reach the bottom of the mine. Ba-da-boop, ba-da-boop. Alright. I'm gonna eat some pizza. Oh my god. That's a stick. God damn it. Nation, you're waiting, lying on your side. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I will take a sippy. And thank you for the posture check. I will sit up. God knows I was not sitting up straight. Thank you. Ooh, more river jelly. Healthcare ritual. Yeah. God knows I need it. Sorry, sometimes I lip sync to songs instead of singing them. I feel like the stream has just been singing with a background of Stardew Valley for the ADHD people. Ooh. Last fish of the night. And it's not even a fish. Beautiful. Okay. However, still not enough. I need 20. All right, well. You know, sometimes a girl tries and fails. Okay, both of these I need. Hi, Voided Lobster. How you doing? Alright, let's go drop these off and head back to the farm. Tired? Me too, bro. Me too. Alright. Let's get in there! Nope, not that. Nope, not that. Not that. Ah, there it is. Spit, spit. There we go. My job stresses me out. What do you do, if you don't mind me asking? This is my job, so it only stresses me out sometimes. I was just about to go and spoil the surprise. Took my hands off of your eyes too soon. Oh, you do IT? Yeah, that makes complete sense, actually. IT is so fucking stressful. Gore also does IT. Chucking that fish. I don't care. All of you getting chucked. Alright, I think I'll do one more day. And then we'll be done for today at least. But tomorrow is Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. So I'm the only IT manager for my whole department. I would literally jump off a cliff. You are stronger than any Marine, truly. Because I think I'd lose my mind. Tomorrow is Friday. Friday? It is Friday. Correct. I need to make a silo. What the fuck did I just take up? What the fuck is... What the fuck? What am I picking up? Decorative lantern? Where was this? Oh, it's on the table. Okay. I was like, what the fuck did I just scoop? Me sell hats, okay? No, because last time you tried to sell me a hat, you tried to make me fucking British. Ba-dun-da-da-da-da-dun-da-dun-dun. I've lost trust with you, sir. Alright, we gotta water the garden. And have the dog bark at me a little bit. But yeah, tomorrow's Mystery Dungeon Friday. Alright. We're just gonna get it real good in there. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1. Fuck. I work close to 60 to 7-hour weekdays. Oh my Jesus. I could not. That is so long. Oh my lord. I think I'd panic. I think I would legit, like, lose my mind. When the apple is bad, yeah. It's a good it's a classic, though. The apple being bad is a classic. Stop trying to eat the eggs. Alright, there we go. Then we can sell this. Wrong button. Alright. And then I guess we could just fish. Well, actually, let me see. What do I need for the silo? I need tin clay. 5 copper bar, 100 stone clay. How much clay do I have? I don't think I have 10. No, I've got 3. Okay. I guess I could just kind of hoe up everything over here. Get some fucking clay. Being IT, you don't get a lot of days off. Yeah, that makes sense. You know, while this is one way to get clay, it is not the ideal. Unless... I said that, and then I got 2 right off the bat. Alright, Clay is such a hard resource to come across early game. He changed the RNG for clay? Of all things? I might be better off trying my luck with geodes, I think. Yeah, did he improve it or lower it? Because I still need 5 more. And I think I might just be better off with geodes. It's very exploitable early game since you can consistently farm it with the right pattern and they sell for 20 gold each. I didn't even know this. Why am I being punished for something I didn't know? Ape. Why am I being punished? Oh wait, I was going to grab all my geodes. I mean this in the nicest way, Lobster. I would literally rather kill myself than ever work a 15-hour shift ever again. I've had to do it multiple times in the past, and every single time I fucking hate it. Alright, guess we're busting some geodes. Let's go, team. Ba-na-na-na-na-na, ba-na-na-na-na-na. Yeah, see, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. I'd have a mental breakdown. I'd lose my mind. That's why streaming is my job, because the workplace was not for me. I did not do well in the workplace. A 13-hour shift was enough to have me in tears, and only doing 13-hour shifts twice a week was enough for me to lose my shit. Wait a second, I can't wait for you to shut me up and make me. Alright, geode time, baby! About to spend so much money on these geodes. Ooh, okay, we do need that. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's not what I'm looking for. Give me some clay. Alright, some clay. Nope. Some clay. Nope. Some clay. Nope. Clay, please. No. Clay. That's close. You were almost there. Alright, 1. I was hoping for at least 5. Alright. Management makes sure Lobster has no time to look for a new job. Yeah, we love capitalism. It's so much fun. It's not extremely overwhelming and upsetting and immensely emotionally draining to deal with. Yeah, I'd be overwhelmed too. What are my rewards? Ooh. Alright, bet. Whopsh! Whopsh! Alright, I need more geodes. Whoopsh, whoopsh, whoopsh. Been with the company for 5 or 6 years now. I don't really care how long I've been with the company. If we're getting to a point where it's bad for my mental health and you're actively not doing anything to like fix it, I'm like upset. Like it's not happening, you know? Johnny Test core song. Yeah, it kinda is. For the rush. Can I eat this? Damn. Addicted to your touch. Talk to me, baby, love, if you wanna. I could love. That's the simulation. You've got my heartbeat racing, my body racing. They say they're looking for new hires. I don't know if I believe that. I know they say they are, but... I don't know if that's something I would believe. Gore said I'll do it, except for the fact that that would heavily impact my job, so no, you won't. Yeah, what Ducky said is absolutely correct. It's so common for them to be like, we're looking for new hires, but like they're not, or they are, but they're way undercharging what these new hires deserve to be paid. Pisses me off. But I'm the person who's like notorious for leaving companies when they refuse to give me raises or pay me the same as my coworkers, or I'm always talking about with my coworkers, how much you get paid? How much do you get paid? Trying to make sure we're all getting paid the same, because we all do the same work, you know? So I'm like kind of notorious for quitting jobs for not paying me what I'm worth. Oops. Uh-oh, 90-second ad break. Fucking glasses. Bitch, I said what I said. I'd rather be famous instead. My old job was hiring people at minimum wage. I think they lost more money from the new hires only working for a week and then no call, no showing. Oh, probably. I found out I was getting paid less than all of my coworkers at my last job, despite us all doing the same job. And they had me doing manager shit. And when I brought it up, they were like, oh, well, you know how it is. And I was like, do I? Do I know how it is? I quit so fast. I was like, you have me doing manager shit, coming in on technically my days off because you don't trust anybody else to do it. Giving me the code to the door. Like, everything. I knew the code to the safe. You trust me with the code to the safe, but you don't trust me enough to pay me at least the same that my coworker's getting paid? We're gonna fight. Like, ugh. Oh yeah, $60 an hour is nothing to scoff at. Yeah, that's almost a living wage. Specialty fish, yeah. But Ducky says that and Gore's looking at his $15 an hour like, oh. Take on. Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of the problem, is that, like, you don't have time to do anything else. You are a slave to the company that you work for. And they know that by doing that to you, it will prevent you from looking for another job because you don't even have the time to do that, you know? I mean, with the experience that you've made at this job, you could probably go work somewhere else and get hired on at with the same exact position that you have now. Alright, and we can put this there. Alright, there we go. Move some shit around. All right. All right, I think I am done for the day. But I do want to raid someone, so don't go anywhere. Let me just check on the farm, make sure, see what's going on. Oh, look at that. Beautiful day. Beautiful day. All right. Let's go back to my just chatting. All right. I don't really know anything about cars. I'm not even gonna lie to you right now. However, I do know something about raiding. So let me find somebody who is live that I know. Today is Keishan's birthday. So we are going to raid my buddy Keishan. He is streaming with his chibi model. It is his birthday. Please tell him happy birthday. He deserves it. And there we go. And I will see you guys tomorrow for Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Thank you guys for coming and hanging out. Sorry it was kind of a chiller, quieter stream today, but I kind of think I really needed that for my mental health, so I really appreciate it. And tomorrow we'll be back up with high energy with Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, and I'm super excited to get into it. So, I'll see you all tomorrow. You all be good tonight. Tell Keishan happy birthday. Love y'all. Bye.